days in phase one. We didn't. We had 2 days of group, so there's that. In terms of the outstandings, multiple double-figure eliminations per game for a lot of these teams, I don't know that these just are be able to do that consistently enough to get that 100-point mark, but I do have my eye on a couple that may even do that. $1 Million Babies would be one if they can be back on form. Question Mark potentially, and Bonfire Female definitely would be a team that would probably be able to do that quite consistently. Overall, no, probably maybe a little bit shy of that, maybe 80s or 90s I would expect. 100-point mark is probably pushing it a little, but I still think they could do it.
Yeah, and I also think that definitely, the opportunity is there to push it. I also am just really curious about how, as we mentioned, these teams are going to rotate through that mid and that later end game mark, because this is a thing that I think for many of these teams, in the first 2 days, they may have been swept aside by our top teams competing in this tournament, and now they get the opportunity. They get the opportunity to be able to show us what they can do in the mid and the end games. And I'm hoping that this will be a good learning experience or a good opportunity, as we said, for these teams to be able to prove what they do have. And I think practice in terms of what they, as we say, they can do for moving back into those later stages if they can get there with those top teams again.
Yeah, absolutely. It frees up so much to not have these top teams competing right now, because you're going to have teams, they're not going to be there to block any rotations, as you said. They're not going to be there to get those third parties. You know, some of these teams are new rosters, kind of. So you could be seeing teams that may, kind of make a mistake here or not be as proactive there or something like that. And so they're not going to get to party those teams that do have that sort of idea, to third party this or go over here and gatekeep that sort of thing. So you may see a little bit more freedom, a little bit more forgiveness for mistakes. And so you'll be able to see what teams can actually do without, being punished too heavily for, small mistakes in that mid game. So I think, we're definitely going to be seeing how these teams can actually perform despite all that, and how much they can actually shine when it comes to playing without that kind of pressure.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the really exciting thing to see through these 10 games that we've got for you this weekend. We're going to be starting it off, though, as always, with a wrangle, and I'm really excited to see how also the drops are going to change on these players, because there were a fair few, I think, similar locations where these teams were dropping, and especially around, as we mentioned, those bottom teams in Group A and B, which are now here. They tended also to drop around some similar locations. It also, I think, frees up some opportunities where the likes of Georgia Poll was home to, for example, some of the top place teams in some of the groups here, and then now allows those teams who are now such as $1 Million Babies or PNCR to move a bit more free around such locations as well.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely. I think that's going to give them so much more relaxation. I think a lot of pressure is going to be off them. They're going to breathe a little easier now that these teams aren't really ganging up on each other or hot dropping or challenging those drops. I do like that Sosnovka is in pretty much fully just that tiny little spot in the east side is out there. But most of the island is in circle right now, which gives me much hope for maybe some bridge finishes, Novo finishes, military base finishes. We love to see it. But it is very much a difficult zone, I think, Wolf, because in relation to that plane path, we're looking at a lot of teams to the north side, a lot of teams to the middle. So if the zone does continue to go south, we're looking at some early action.
And I think that definitely when we're looking at these teams, I do like the initial drives coming through from the Lakers and also Onyx, these two teams moving towards that kind of shoreline of the Erangel mainland and getting also a preparation in case that zone does decide to hard shift towards the Sosnovka Island. I think we will expect, as that end of the stage 1 looting phase does come through, more of those teams will move through to those bridges. Even Lakers, you can see there opting to actually go to Sovnovka, and I also like this because it is an opportunity, given the plane path was up further higher, they will know that they will be the first to cross the bridge, and they will be guaranteed first access to this island as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at the map stream that they don't have, obviously, but looking at it, it's also a good play because no one's in Milta right now. Most likely no one's going to be on that eastern bridge for a while. So when that bridge on the west side starts getting crowded, as we're seeing already happening, they have another point of entry onto that mainland if the zone does shift up. So that's a really nice play from Lakers. It's going to work well in their favor. The only thing is we have a straggler about to go straight through Yakut there. She looks like she was going to grab a vehicle, and now she has to try and sneak past without any damage here.
Yeah, this is a bit of an aggressive, I think, or risky play coming through from Lakers if they are trying to grab that extra vehicle. I can definitely understand why. Obviously, given the situation coming back across the bridge, if it does shift back up north, you want that ability. However, there are the opportunities, as we do see some fighting between Question Mark and KMG. Just going to be one to fall, I think, for now, is it does kind of look like Question Mark a little bit split here overall in terms of their positions. But to go back to the Lakers, I think, yeah, definitely will allow them that opportunity to rotate back in multiple vehicles. But yeah, I think there was also the opportunity for both to rotate, as you said, across more of the western or eastern side, should I say, of the Sovnovka Island. Yeah, as you say, sure, there are opportunities where teams could later rotate through towards Milta side and that more eastern bridge. So again, it does offer that less risk on moving further into that direction on the South Island.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, I'm not sure why they went for a vehicle over there at all, to be honest, because plenty of vehicles on the island. If you know you're the only team, and certainly the first team on the island, there's plenty of vehicles for you. You didn't have to do that. So I think that was slightly unnecessary of a risk to take, but you know what? It worked out, so it's fine. Just like in future, I'm not sure that would be the best move going forward. I am seeing, though, Wolf, just looking at this leaderboard here, we do have quite a few teams with only 3 up. So Question Mark did lose one, so they came in as a full squad. KMG, on the other hand, did not, and if I'm reading this correctly, Women's Moment didn't either. So a little bit of a disadvantage coming straight in here.
Yeah, I think, though, to be fair, there's nothing really much to say about it. If they don't come in at the end of the day, that's their problem. They're going to have to deal with it as best as they can as a trio. I think in terms of some of these teams, it has been an ongoing mistake. But, we'll leave it there and we'll move on and see how we deal with it. Is Question Mark. Also, as you mentioned, down to 3 players. They have lost one, though. So it is going to be a little bit of an interesting rotation through from them. I'm glad that they've come back together and come back onto the hillside. I would have liked for them to move maybe forward onto another one of these southern compounds or buildings. There are a few still available, and it is somewhat likely that you could get a bit of loot there, but I do understand that, again, it's fair enough moving into these small little shacks and whatnot on the hillside, grant you that high ground, and also grant you a little bit more loot on your way towards these compounds and buildings shortly.
Yeah, it does. It's definitely the safer play, although it's only KMG up there. It is interesting, I guess they didn't really think about KMG actually making that their drop spot. KMG have been going there in their group, as have Question Mark in theirs. So I think I'm not sure what went on there. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there or something, but they have gone their separate ways as the zone does start to move in now, and we are already seeing several teams lining up along that western bridge side. They look like they might be, skeptical, wondering if that zone is going to be moving over onto that side. The rest of the teams, though, look like they're going for a school potato hill finish. So it'll be interesting to see which of these groups are right. But for now, Wolf, we're still seeing a lot of teams out in the zone.
Yeah, definitely a lot of the teams out in the zone. I'm not too scared for now for $1 Million Babies and the likes, as you mentioned, of KMG, as unfortunately for Women Moment, it does look like we are going to lose one of their players here on a long-range shot through from Mia. It's going to be a confirmed elimination also, so Women went down to just 2 players here. I think this is something that they have also been really struggling with when it comes to the first 2 days of play. It's their rotations, and it hasn't been the best when it comes to allowing time for information gathering before those big moves.
Yeah, it really hasn't. I think another thing that a lot of teams fail to see sometimes in the rotations is the way that they make those rotations ends up actually going into sight lines that they're even unaware of, right? So I think Women Moment didn't need to come down that hill. It is a combination of, as you said, no information. They didn't take the time to get that information to know that there was somebody down there. But at the same time, if they didn't have the information, they didn't have to go down that hill completely. They could have just stayed up top and made that station. So it's those sorts of little things that end up making a team lose players. And I have seen teams that will go like, well, I don't understand what's happening. We just keep losing players on the rotation. And you actually go and watch them and you're like, yeah, because you're doing this, that, and the other, and you're going into those sidelines. So it is something that's very subtle that often teams miss, but in the end, it is super crucial.
I also think in terms of the rotation, it's a big ping. First of all, back up with this zone to the mainland. I would have actually been really curious to see if Lakers would have moved further towards that eastern bridge. Actually, when you look at the potential drop locations, right, Milta isn't really one of those locations that a lot of these teams are going for. Similarly, Prison also, and towards those Milta power locations. Teams just generally aren't dropping in these spots when it comes to these bottom 8 teams from each group respectively. Yeah. So understanding the research coming into the game, there would have been a much more opportune position for these teams to move onto the eastern bridge. Whereas on the other hand, right, we know a lot of teams have been really focusing on that western side and that sort of southern end of the mainland of Herangel. I would have really appreciated if Lakers actually could have done that slow rotation towards that eastern side with that information. Regardless, though, NTX also going to be losing one of their players, KYS Virtue. Just going to pick up one on the rotation here of NTX.
They are indeed, but KYS Virtue got to start thinking about their back as well. You got TPES coming into view there as Women Moment lose Piper as well as, so not great there. NTX, though, making a full push, full send all the way over into Pachinki and getting shot down as they do. That Piper does get rezzed back up, though, so Onyx do get denied a 1 point to start off the game, but those nades are coming in. Nice push from them, actually.
Yeah, I think Onyx, you can see this player, right, on the northern side as well. I think that is the extra portion I really like about Onyx's move here, is they're continuing to pincer down Women Moment. Yeah, you've already got one player very far out of the fight. It's going to be realistically a solo, which is trying to defend against a whole team of Onyx, and I do expect Onyx will close as soon as we move back towards before Uvo. And NTX moving into another compound and another fight, but before you, Nicole on fire has set themselves ablaze, but they will be able to get back and recover from the teammate there. Slows down the potential engagement, and yeah, NTX, I think rightly so with that mistake. Might not have realized it was a mistake coming through from before you, but are very quick on the trigger to get out of that compound.
But it might be from the frying pan into the fire a little bit here. Yakut made a very quick rotation up to Pachinki Hills. This is really heads up from them as the zone goes up this direction. They know there's going to be a lot of teams either moving from the island or moving from the coast. So I really like this from Yakut, actually, Wolf. And NXT, I don't know where they're going exactly. It almost feels like they're trying to go outside of zone, but it looks like they might hole up in a shack or just go all the way around up to that western side of the zone as well. That would be a good play from them. It's very much covered and not in anybody's way up there. So I would appreciate that. But look, Wolf, the Lakers have gone to the eastern side.
Yeah, and I think that's true just from, I think, looking and gathering the information, and again, that patience that we've been hoping that a lot of these teams would be starting out with, and at least hopefully learning through this second phase. But yeah, you don't have to push further and fast. Yeah, they might have gotten away through that western bridge. They could have got there, but the eastern bridge, they've guaranteed themselves. So they get all 4 players back. They are absolutely, I hope, stockpiled with loot from the South Island all to themselves. While Pixie are in front, to be fair, I think while Pixie have been a bit of a vulnerability when it comes to the teams inside of their own group, I'm curious to see if they can pick themselves back up here in now phase 2, but it definitely isn't one of the scariest teams that I think for Lakers, who have been showing some dominance when it comes to team fights, they can break through them.
Yes, indeed. I'm looking at Onyx because now you see Onyx are in a little bit of a gatekeep position, just slightly. Now it's good that they have half the team inside at the moment, and I think unfortunately for women moment they're actually down below onto the seized level. So I don't think there's much opportunity for them. Yeah, there's not much opportunity for them to do any gatekeeping, but it's a shame because that would have been a really nice play from them. Interesting to know as well, you could actually went down to NTX, almost as if to flush them out before moving on, which would be a really interesting play because it's such long distance, but I haven't seen anything come of that just yet. Meanwhile, KYS are just keeping tabs on PNCR here, this rotation coming through. Looks like they might have wanted to fight, but decided against it, which honestly is the right call here.
Yeah, definitely. I think also maintaining this Potato Hill is question mark. Are also going to be maintaining their unfortunate series of events in this first game as PNCR Destiny. They're trying to grab this last one. They will be able to find it, and that will be another 2 going down. Marley might have just put themselves into the line of fire of PNCR. I'm not sure they might have also wanted to take those shots, but it is a bit risky again for PNCR to move back in that same direction. They knew that there was a team in that area or general vicinity, so PNCR going to move also a little bit closer to the zone as they wrap around here towards the east.
Oh dear, Onyx pushing a little too far potentially, and NTX actually are unscathed. They've moved up behind Onyx, so now, unfortunately, it's all gone wrong. Monica is going to go out because you could.
Yeah.
No, backstabbing the team. That is a big shame. They were looking really good on those cliffs.
Yeah, I just don't know why they didn't push down one moment more. I mean, yeah, women moment clearly were in some trouble. If you're going to take a fight in that open space, you need to take it fast, because as you can see, as soon as that zone pings back towards that northern side, those teams coming from the ferry pier, of course they're going to be rotating in. It's not quick enough on the first team, and then end up as naturally, of course, getting third party, fourth party as teams start to close in on that smaller space of land inside the zone. That zone is going to move to the eastern end. It's going to be a bit of a wide shift for those teams coming in from the west. I think $1 Million Baby's a long journey that they've also been having. Keep in mind, they're coming still in from the zone as well, but TPS, the first of those teams to make it in. Right now, I think Bonfire Female, dead in the center, not the greatest of spots, but has some cover. I think realistically, when you're looking towards those Potato Hill and the hills towards the more eastern side of the zone, that's definitely where the stronger parts of the stage 4 lies.
Yeah, it could definitely be there. It depends on what compound they actually have. I didn't quite see it on that map just there, but KYS looking to get rid of this edge of zone position from white here. This could be a nice play for them. If they get rid of white, this is a great compound. One of my favorites on a wrangle, cough, cough. But I think, yeah, it could be a really interesting compound to use. It's got great views down to the entirety of zone. Oh, that was a nice nade, but isn't going to quite do enough there. 24 KA, she's doing her best. Nice cover from White, though, coming in here as well. The Lakers just being blown up here and there. Oh, no. Nades herself. Oh.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate oopsie there coming through in perhaps the worst time it could have. Slytherin, no, they're not going to make that oopsie. They're going to be looking for an elimination, but as I say, that a caster curse to versus QSE is going to fall down. Hopefully, yes, they do have the backup, and as you can see, unfortunately for before you, there's too many angles that Slytherin are coming from, and Slytherin up to 4. What I kind of expected from Slytherin, I think one of the favourites coming into this group.
Yeah, really, really nice. But another favorite does go out, Wolf. That's going to be $1 Million Babies.
Yeah.
In 14th with 1 point. KYS is pushed, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, $1 Million Babies. We're going to have to see if they can come back, show us what they did do in that first day of play. Unfortunately for KYS, also going to take their big hit is they're looking onto the compound. White going to also find 24 KA, finish them off, as you can see in the elimination feed. And unfortunately for KYS Virtue, it just isn't looking like their game. KMG also looking to defend their position, and Molly coming through the window is going to move Sesha further forward. It is going to allow PNCR here a bit of an opportunity to continue to merge themselves closer with the building and be able to have a bit more cover as KYS somehow they've still been able to find it. I have no idea how, considering that White they looked like they had that, but as you can see, the 2 at the back have just fallen apart. There was only 2 inside the compound, and they will also completely be removed.
Oh, there we go. Women moment. Not going to lose that duo, but White do lose everything. Down they go, 12th place, 3 eliminations. KMG falling up right behind them with a great nade from PNCR there, and the zone does favor them, so that was a really nicely timed fight. That was well worth the effort there, and they have 4 eliminations to start us off, but looking at the leaderboard, look how many teams have squad wiped right now. 4 of them.
Yeah, right. I mean, PNCR now with Bonfire Female in the center. I mean, Bonfire Female, they're going to be a really hard rock to be able to push here. A lot of the teams, a lot of those that could contest with Bonfire Female alongside this kind of farm side outpost that they've been able to get for themselves, haven't been able to. That hillside that PNCR have, I think, yeah, the solo, a question mark. Maybe they can do something. They're more likely just going to be healing out on the edge here. Are the only ones that could do anything from the high ground. It is also very open space around before you, so it is going to be particularly difficult, I think, for a lot of these teams who are still yet to come into the zone to be able to do so successfully.
Yeah, definitely. We do see quite a few teams still trying to make their way into zones. How many have decided, didn't quite get behind the rock in time, unfortunately. Question mark, good effort, but just left the buggy a little bit too far. But it is interesting to see how many teams are still outside of zone right now that have decided to make that late rotation. Yakut being one of them. She is a solo, of course, and honestly, kudos to her with 3 teams on this south side in this compound, all looking for an entry in. The Lakers, though, losing 1, just trying to get that back angle and wasn't able to do it. Wild now in a little bit of hurt as well.
Yeah, again, and this is why they can't leave that position, because they've got that solo behind them, we can shoot on them, because they have Wild Pixies in front. Wild Pixies do fall down to Bonfire Female being naturally closer to the edge of that zone and BF. However, Lakers, with that bit of opportunity and with that time, have now got themselves a position inside of this zone, albeit it is very much only a rock and a couple of smokes. They are clearly obvious to Bonfire Female here. Bonfire Female, though, yet to also take care of a lot of these other teams. TPS, another one of those, edging their way in along that more western end.
They are indeed. Interesting to see some of the long-range weapons coming on out. Oh god, what are they called? The DPS coming in there. Nope, that's a shotgun. I haven't played the game in so long, I can't remember. That's awful. But the nades are doing some really good work here. DP, there we go. It's a DP. That's what I was thinking of. Nice nade, beautifully done there. PNCR now back up to 5 eliminations, but only a duo as KYS Virtue start pulling a few strings.
KYS Virtue, big stuff from them. They were coming from the bottom of their group, just above Wild Pixies, so really great to see them be able to show up so far in this first game. Got to see if they can continue on to PNCR. They're moving one up too fast there on the staircase. However, from the back end, the surprise angle through the smoke will finish off PNCR and get them out of this fight. And now they need to move further into zone, and so it's moved in deeper again. TPES Esports now have got themselves also a position alongside this farm, but it's only big enough for so many teams, and 3 of them trying to control their own plot of land.
I think this game has been such a great game for so many of these teams, to be honest. I mean, PNCR, yes, 6th place, but 7 eliminations. I mean, that's a great result for the first game of the phase. So I think they can feel very happy with this. Oh, but Slytherin Falik has a great spot, but all too noticeable, unfortunately, there. So she's going to have to balance this with pot shots, great sprays, and everything without getting knocked herself. But Pew Pew continuing to do work here. 4 of the eliminations are all her. She did a squad wipe, and she's got those eliminations for her teams.
Indeed. I mean, Pew Pew definitely has been the core member, I think, the fragger here for the side of Slytherin. QSC also a really vital, I think, support player in the side of Slytherin as well. So these two have been realistically the standout, I would say, for this team. All of them doing their bit, though, as Lakers, you can see, very much trying to get away from that role, try to make it as difficult as possible for them to be spotted, and hope that the chaos here continues to move through. But that is a disastrous moment, as one of them will fall. At least, though, they'll get an extra position, as KYS Virtue will fall now, the whole team before Lakers, down to a solo player. Bonfire Female now up to 3 eliminations with that extra 1. TPS going to be the next to get knocked as Slytherin, trying to edge their way alongside the wall. Pew Pew there, but also Faleka's position on this high tower is absolutely a standout spot. I mean, to have this amount of high ground at this stage of the game, the houses will protect them, but if this zone comes out into the open and onto Slytherin, they are gaming with that position.
They are, absolutely. And with how open everything is, they have an angle on every single team right now. So she just has to not get knocked. That's got to be her priority, because even if she doesn't get any more eliminations, she has information. So she just has to be very careful not to lose that spot right now. But Cupquake gonna be going on down a Pew Pew, watching it all happen.
Yeah, and you can see that relay of information down to Pew Pew on the ground. Now Faleka is going to move that zone, of course, has shifted all the way back up to TPES, but can they keep this position? That is what is so crucial now. They have lost 1, which is the danger mark, as they are defending on that more left side. Lakers are going to fall as they try to move in a bit too early. Caught now on the edge. This Bonfire Female wrap around on the open behind them with 2 points of pressure. Pincering now onto Slytherin. They need to be quick here, moving into this fight as Bonfire Female also going to lose 1, at least on the far ankle. Pew Pew now going QSC, a bit sandwiched, as that zone only going to now move in also.
Gosh, yes, indeed. I mean, the zone did go the way of TPES, but it is stage 7. We are going to be seeing that zone just continue on in now. I don't think there is much zone left anyway. I mean, we still have 11 people here. We have 11 players alive in this teeny tiny little zone. I mean, that is amazing. It's just unheard of. I mean, you don't see that very often at all. Each with their own solid position here. TPES having that compound. Slytherin with this ridgeline. Bonfire having a little bit of a harder time trying to cross over now, but with TPES and Slytherin fighting amongst themselves, they may catch a break here.
TPS hopefully hold this position, as you say, with these cross fights, but it's not over yet for them. They need to be able to defend this spot. They have so far well. These knocks only delaying, of course, Bonfire Female and Slytherin. Another one, speaking of, and make it two, is TPS.
Whoa.
Going to be able to find a second one with the nade. Lisa helping out into the fire through the smoke with those explosions. Slytherin really just hoping the Bonfire Female going to be able to catch a break. However, now also as those nades turn their attention to the wall, that same position as Slytherin have been holding, a vulnerability potentially with those extra nades available. Slytherin moving in. Will come as free. The trio as Cupquake moves in to the other end. But unfortunately, Cupquake isn't able to get a QSE. As you know, PP will fall, should I say, is it will be TPS rooting to lose at position on Bonfire Female, but for those extra eliminations on Slytherin. Successfully so far, but is it going to be a finish as Faleka is able to grab another two? Cupquake and Soul Girl all going to fall for now. In Faleka moving in, trying to now catch out a Bonfire Female, but gets baited in by Bonfire Female into Lisa. And unfortunately, it does look like it could be the end for Bonfire Female if they lose this last player of themselves. TPSO broken, damaged. Bonfire Female making it in. Susu going to be there. Come wrapping around the end, going to get caught down to 10% HP, trying to fire through the smoke, grabs at least one extra elimination point, searching for more, trying to find a close range. They need that with the weapon in hand. Isn't going to be able to match it as easily from that long range right now. Susu stepping back as respectfully as they can to heal up for now. Lisa and Soul Girl, though, both alive. Now it's a double problem. Lisa.
It's got a lot harder.
Yeah, is Lisa moving in. That's also the heal coming through from Soul Girl. 11 eliminations. This could be a big first win for TPES. Barely didn't make it into the next stage. But by golly, are they showing up here in the first game? Bonfire Female Susu is still wrapping around. They swapped positions. Is Susu here? Is looking like they are low. They're trying to bait them in to that close range. He can blow them up in close range. But they're not going to be able to get there. They're trying to hide behind the wall right now. They're going to swap into long range weapon. I wondered if they had it, and Susu will be able to find it now. Trying to still search around for Soul Girl, hoping to find it, but they blow them up. They find a shotgun. That's a one. As Susu brings it down to the solo, they've got also the first aid kit. They can heal up here, but we need time. 3 seconds as Lisa's wrapping around. Not going to be quick enough to find the extra assassination. And now is actually Susu with the health advantage. Lisa, as we're now stage 9, the blue zone's closing and it's not going to stop. And Lisa's stepping inside, trying to now use the information, use the smoke, get upstairs. We'll be able to use the advantage. Now be able to hear the footsteps as well. The staircase, so crucial here in the 1v1 for themselves. Susu, you know what they can do in that solo, but a smoke is there, makes it so hard, and Susu's waiting, trying not to give the position away. And I don't think they realize that they might be upstairs. I don't think Lisa knows, of course, with that smoke, when they're going to be able to move up. The healing there won't come through Lisa. Susu is upstairs now, waiting for now. Lisa's going to jump out the window. They refuse to have a misposition here in this fight. Susu's going to use that window animation. Susu's trying to get out that window without it, though. Smart from Lisa here. Hoping to find the angle, trying to catch both sides to see when Susu jumps, but they missed it. They missed the animation, and Susu's got it. They lose the shotgun. They use the close range, and they bait TPS into the victory. Susu, my lady here of the match for sure in his first game. Never sure. I don't think we've had such a close 1v2.
No, we haven't. Wow, I mean, what even was that? It was a massive game of Ring Around the Rosie. It wasn't even PUBG anymore at that point. My goodness me. I mean, both girls played that pretty smart. Obviously, the zone was not conducive to just both of TPES going after her, right? It was far too open. She could have taken the 1v1 very easily, especially with that DBS, which causes a lot of teams to hesitate getting into that close range. But both of them played it super duper well, and Susu to come in there and just grab it, very well done for her. Unfortunately, just to get that final angle that she'd been looking for, but well timed by Susu to actually end up getting that angle just when her opponent was most vulnerable. So very, very well done from Bonfire Female. That's going to be a 17-pointer to start the night off.
A big win. I think you gotta be able to believe the teammates here elated with that win. Neptura,
totally.
That's also going to help I think, momentum for this team coming in. They started to get those points on board in Miramar on their last day. They just couldn't quite do it on Erangel, but to do it here on this Erangel, that's what matters. And that's going to be able for them to be, if not at the top, I believe it will be very close to it. I mean, of course, you cannot neglect TPES. 11 eliminations for them, and that second position, still a very valiant game by them.
Oh yeah, brilliant game. I mean, let's be real here. TPES made their way into zone in the last couple of zones where Bonfire had that compound for a very long time. So it was a really it was an interesting juxtaposition of both strategies, both teams, a team who didn't have to move and a team who did. And it was a really nice play from both of them. They were able to keep going, getting all those eliminations as much as possible. But Wolf, I'm noticing 32 rescues. I think that's the most we've ever seen so far.
Yeah, and that's got to be, I definitely think, with the teams, the nature of that zone, a lot of fighting happening towards the end. You get to see, I think, also the rescues happening a fair amount from the same teams. Those final few squads definitely making those rescues happen multiple times on their members. And also, again, with the Lakers, I think another one of those teams who did have a couple knocks were able to get back up and make it into that final four. The healing done as well. Pretty massive. One of the biggest healing amounts that we've seen so far in the tournament. Also, due to just how long that game went on, went all the way to the final seconds of stage 9, it could not have been longer.
No, it really couldn't have. I mean, they really pushed that screen time as much as possible, and with good reason. It was really fun to watch that. I mean, everybody was on the edge of their seats watching those final few fights. I think Slytherin did a great job there. They did a really, really nice sort of, kind of stopping the other two teams from kind of doing anything. They were really good mediators in that way, making sure everybody stayed in their spots. But a really, really good show from them as well. Again, Slytherin, a team that we wanted to see more from. So really nice to see them have a strong third place start.
Yeah, I think for sure the top 3 teams, you could argue Lakers as well, if we put them in the top 4. All the favourites to get out of this group and into the top 10 and make it into phase 3. I mean, TPS, Slytherin, and also our winners here of the first match, Bonfire Female, very much on the rise when it came to that day 2. You can see it now coming into the first day here of phase 2. Going to be a tie when it comes to the elimination points. TPS are able to also get 17 total. Slytherin there with 10, also
nice.
Tied with KYS Virtue. I think KYS Virtue, that fight also versus PNCR, another reason where I think they as underdogs, 15th position in their own group now to get that 4th spot. And to take it to PNCR as well is a pretty big upset for his first game.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I think they're really playing into what we were talking about earlier, without the larger, more experienced teams to kind of stop them when they make a mistake, sort of thing. I think, yeah, KYS were able to really start playing well. PNCR also had a great game. And I really liked White's position. Unfortunately, they were only able to make 3 points with that. If only they had held on a little bit longer. But otherwise, then they did a great defense, I thought. And yeah, it was a really nice showing from most. Unfortunately, the 16th, we couldn't see too much of them, but it was really a really nice work from all these teams. I think for most of them, a really solid start.
For sure, a really strong start from a fair number of these teams. There are a few at the bottom, of course. Women Moment, Onyx. I think Women Moment, not so surprised about, but especially Onyx and two of those teams again that I think even before you as well at the bottom right, all these teams who we can expect it to show up, hopefully, in our first game. It is only one game, though, so it is the smallest of stat pools that we could draw from. So far, we're going to have to see what we can do on the later games today and also tomorrow as well. Plenty of time to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be seeing most of them, or all of them rather, come back well. I think this has been a really good start to the night. I've said that already, but I'm just saying, is it going to be a really good start for all of these teams? There's a lot of potential here. Definitely going to be, looking very much forward to the rest of tonight and tomorrow to really, really be looking at who's going to be doing what, because I think these teams are a lot more relaxed now. They feel like they're coming into their own just a little bit more here. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing what those player stats are and also what those elimination damage records are. Here we go. Player focus. Lisa is going to be, no surprise there. And ding, 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 Lisa, bell of 1,000 damage, and also for Ursa 5 from Bonfire. Both of them getting that 1,000 damage in there. Nice.
That's what we're looking for when it comes to the trio of girls. So far, out of the 5 being able to get their marks in. I think, though, you cannot underestimate even Lisa the 1,000 damage market. Susu still the MVP for sure of that game to be able to clutch that up in the 1v2. That was all down to the wire. A few mistakes, of course, coming through from Lisa. I think really missing that window animation where the jump came through from Susu back down was a big miss, and I think that really needed to happen, especially with how Lisa played it on the ground. We'll have to see as we jump back onto the ground, though, to game 2 of Miramar after a short break. Welcome back everyone here to the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Harlan Wolf, Neptura is here beside me, and we're just coming off of game 1 here at the start of phase 2 of our tournament, where Bonfire Female clutched it out in the 1v2 for the chicken dinner. However, TPES not far behind and tied with the most elimination points in that first game. Fairly interesting game of a wrangle, to be fair. Now we're moving on to Miramar, though. A lot different will change, I imagine, when it comes to the rotations here in Neptura.
Yes, absolutely. I think depending on the zone, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of long rotations, a lot of late rotations. I'll be interested to see, where these sorts of teams end up all meeting in this zone. I kind of get the feeling that this Miramar is going to be fairly relaxed. Everybody wants a bit of a breather. They're ready to get going and get onto that aggression. But staying a little bit of a relaxed game until they get to those final zones. But the circle disagrees, Wolf. We have almost Prison, but we definitely have Los Higos there, so potentially KMG going to be there for quite a while, I think.
Yeah, some hard drops here as well as Yakut are going to be alongside Question Mark, and also Laker is fighting here against the side of White. On your screens of Bonfire Female trying to catch out $1 million babies who disperse outside of Chumacera. There's plenty, I would say, of spots for these teams to continue to exist beside each other and also go to uncontested. You can also see PNCR and Wild Pixie up towards the more northwestern side too on our map. On the other hand, though, I am looking also at some of our teams further out. I would like to see them, I think, move towards those locations, maybe not as far as El Azahar or Cruz de Val, but certainly these sort of compounds you can see, especially where NTX currently are, really do offer a potential for uncontested loot to be able to then wrap around in the zone, especially down that more west or eastern coastline, should I say, as well.
No, definitely. I think the eastern coastline and the western border, I think both of those areas are actually very underrated for a rotation. Generally, you don't see teams making that western road part of their rotation strategy, and it shows because you end up getting a lot of fights in Monte Nuevo and all those sorts of areas, but no one is actually using that road. The same with the East Coast. You can see a little bit of action if the zone does go that way, but otherwise, those rotations are fairly incident free, so definitely one to watch out for, especially in these types of zones where your best bet is going to be going down even as far as Puerto, just down around the coastline using that road. I think these teams should be aware enough that they should be looking at that as a potential shot.
And Onyx here as well, really jumping in alongside White and the Lakers. A bit of a curiosity, maybe tunnel vision as well on jumping into Monte Nuevo. I feel almost in a way that the teams haven't researched where each other's squads are dropping, because Monte Nuevo, it wouldn't be very hard to see. It was a very contested location by multiple teams in both groups of A and B.
Right.
And still these teams who drop in Monte Nuevo drop again here in Monte Nuevo. So to rotate here, curious why they did it. Is going to hinder them. It's going to also affect Lakers naturally, of course. White not so much. It's not going to be good. Full stop for them and the teams living in the same compound as well.
Well, I would argue it's actually affected White a lot, because what I think has happened here is the ones who have survived are the ones up top. You see White have 2 down. I saw when the camera was on them, 2 were dead. So I think that they did a 2-2 split right on top of 2 different teams here, and it's cost them half the squad. So even more proving your point there, where it just doesn't seem to be that much research going into these drop spots.
Yeah. Also, in terms of here, Lakers trying to wrap around Onyx, I would have liked to maybe see them move a bit more towards the north side here and try to catch off these solo players of Onyx moving in, especially knowing that Onyx have moved into this compound. Trying to attack them more one side together and pick off a player quickly is definitely something you want to try do here to get rid of Onyx, or at least force them out of the compound. Yeah, I understand that Lakers are definitely being aware of the hillside, but you can see definitely already University is actually checked out that hillside, and I assume they are taking the fact that White, with 2 players down, have moved themselves off of the hill, and yeah, then definitely even more reason, I would argue, to try wrap around more of that northern side without that hill being a problem of White looking down on you.
Absolutely, yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a lot of buildings you could potentially use to cover you in that rotation around, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of in-town fights just because I don't like compounds very much. I think they're very limiting. Yes, they provide you that cover, but you're stuck with certain angles. You're stuck with, potentially getting surrounded a lot more. You're much more nadeable than out in the open. So these kinds of fights where teams aren't really using those wraparound angles or trying to use a little bit of long range and short range, I find really stressful because it is really just playing with fire at this point. So yeah, I would have liked to see that from Lakers as well. As it stands, they do still have a good split, just kind of in some different directions here. Onyx not being particularly forceful, whereas the Lakers look to be a little bit more proactive at this stage in time. But we also have to consider, Wolf, that, they just may not be super looted up. I mean, look at
them.
A little bit. I mean, there's no throwables at all.
Yeah, they've got a couple. I would say, in terms of looking at the itemization that they've been able to gather so far, Onyx have been able, Pmmi, to be able to get themselves some healing going on. However, Onyx, on the other hand, I think are much more at a deficit, right? Because Onyx, they don't have as much loot, having only moved in here later on. The loot will have already been taken up by Lakers, as well as those white members that Lakers have been able to take down. Yeah, sure, Onyx were able to pick up one themselves, but they're going to be even more at a disadvantage. So if you think the side of Onyx, Lakers don't have loot, Onyx are going to be much worse.
Yeah, definitely, and which is why I'm concerned that Onyx did not push that. I think they absolutely could have pushed that knock. There wasn't all that much of an angle that the Lakers had on them that they couldn't do that, and so even without a whole lot of loot, I would have liked to see maybe a little bit more proactiveness coming in from them, because at this point, Monte Nuevo feels like the red buildings have been caught all over stalemate that goes on for half the game.
Yeah, Lakers as well. Just gonna stalemate, I think, here. Something needs to happen. I would also like to see where the other teams are at realistically here. I mean, we know that with this long engaged fight, PNCR even coming through here in the long distance, as shots go off, I assume that PNCR may look to see what is up, maybe also take especially this high ground hill with that zone moving especially now down towards the south end, really only also going to create more problems for them. They don't have vehicles, these teams, to get out, and they are going to be moving in with a lack of information later on. And the rest of these teams, those also came, whereas question mark, TPS moving into the zone, really not too concerned about them moving in. I think they're going to have, actually, on the other hand, a lot of items to be able to play with, and do have a very open space for them to move in. Would have liked to see a bit more of those eastern rotations, as we mentioned earlier, from these teams, and utilize the fact that the play path was extremely western coming in, and knowing that those more eastern spaces should be more freely available to rotate for these squads. However, it still will be alright, as we can see, for them moving in on the north.
Yeah, definitely. I think the maps somehow feel a lot bigger. So even if these teams aren't going to be going onto that eastern side, there is still quite a bit of room up onto that northern side as well, where the majority of the teams have been moving in. There's still quite a bit of room. So I think we'll be looking at some still fairly quiet rotations coming on in. CamG just trying to solidify their position here and claim their stake in this land for the moment, while Pixies are on a difficult position here because it is so low. Even one of their teammates might just be a little bit stuck here under Katie Pie here, but I think they might try to just relocate and just move on out if they possibly can. CamG look like their hold's pretty good here.
I'm just glad KMG didn't get stopped on the bridge as well, to be honest. But I was also eyeing up that bridge in that south zone, and I was thinking and praying, yeah, KMG, do we rotate around the same bridge? Do we make that same mistake again? Unfortunately, or fortunately, should I say, for no one really from these top squads here to be able to stop that coming through. Lakers, you can see also that healing that they once had is just kind of dispersing. They've got one vehicle there. Question mark also going to be coming into the woman moment, though, who unfortunately again run into another team on the rotation. Question mark, though, going to be very happy with these two eliminations they've been able to grab for themselves. Damler fairly low, though. Do we have to be careful? Piper surprised. Not going to look to take maybe a bit of an advantage against them, is going to wrap further into the zone. Going to have to be a very wide rotation by Women Moment. They didn't get the loot also from, of course, their teammates, so Women Moment, I do worry, may just disappear from this game. Bonfire Female also going to have to fight and make Yakud Spirit Y be able to disappear out of this game, is they will be able to secure themselves for elimination. So Bonfire Female coming still hot off of that last game.
Yeah, definitely are. Unfortunately, they do lose just one player, so it is a little bit of a damper on their parade here. But you know what? 4 eliminations, that's a worthy trade, I think. That's pretty darn good. Now the Wild Pixies have moved on from KMG now to Before You. Again, coming up here from a low ground position. It's not the best. I would have preferred maybe to see them come around the other side, down the hill instead. But each have their pros and cons here. The thing is that Before You are not going to just settle for Wild Pixies to use that house and they'll use those compounds up there. It's not going to work that way. So one of them has to move. At this point in time, it kind of looks like the Pixies have to find yet another spot here.
They also have, though, the ridge there. They have the opportunity to move down towards the south coastal line and be able to make a bit of an escape out of this fight that they seem to have put themselves in. Not too concerned about them. Here NTX, so obviously much closer to TPS, are going to have to take this fight. They will get rid of Lisa, a big fragger for the team they will lose, however. Only coming in with 3 players again. Crystal down to 1. They're going to have to hopefully get their second up as Tudai, the only one left alongside him. But TPS, they're moving forward, and I don't think they'll be able to let this one slide through. As Crystal holding the nade for now. Soul Girl is there. Looking over to the spray is there, and now the position is revealed. NTX need to move back further. Reposition as the nade will miss from TPES. The movement back, but that was an aid, a miss right there, as Crystal will be able to grab themselves a little bit of unscathed on the sides, but still back into safety nevertheless. You too can get your code though at home, 1800 UC. If you put that code, it's a bit of a surprise coming up onto our screen into your in-game redeem section of PUBG Mobile. You can get yourself those 1800 UC. The first come first servers Before You are going to be continuing to look over here at the Wild Pixies and these teams on the bridge.
Now this is very interesting. Wild Pixies are using a 2-2 split right here. 2 in this compound, 2 at the bridge. I think they may have not wanted to risk the whole squad in just one vehicle there, but still an interesting split coming in from them. NTX have moved out successfully, but they do lose one in the process. And another testament to not getting stalemated out in the zone here. Lakers and Onyx have not won anything. Yes, Lakers have one more point than Onyx, but they're both solos and they're both still out in the zone. So not a great game for them.
Very unfortunate here. Another missed opportunity for them is Before You. Still going to be inside of this compound. Still safe, but stage 4 should I say, closing in. And got to see how that will affect a lot of these teams. I think a fair few, yeah, sure, Foodie going to get knocked out by PvP, but nothing really should come through from it. They should be able to get themselves back to some safety. One moment, we'll lose that solo player out in the blue. Stage 4 also going to shape up a big shift, though, here in Apertura, all the way to the east.
Yeah. It is indeed, isn't it? Slytherin, you can see them spreading out just a little bit there. They're going to try and gatekeep as much as possible. I feel bad for White here. They did a Lakers in the Erangel. They went to that island. They went, yes, we got this. And now it's moved away from them. I think White are automatically going to be going for a botation or even a swim, which I don't mind. That's probably their best shot at the moment. But Slytherin definitely have a big, possibly. What?
I actually think that as well, I have to hold my pause and I hold my breath here as before you are charging in on to Wild Pixie. Wild Pixie have been confronted. It's straight through the front door, refused to knock, and they will just be able to take down Wild Pixies anyways. The solo going down. And to go back to my point here, White, if they hold their rotation and wait for the rest of these teams to move in, a lot of the eyes are going to be on all of these teams making it across that big road, that big gap from the west side to the east on the mainland. So if White can utilize the fact that a lot of the teams will be looking over is before you're going to find another of the Wild Pixies, but utilize those eyes being on the more western side of the zone, not the south, White could sneak in here still and be able to get behind those hills.
Yeah, absolutely. White definitely still have a chance in this game. They just have to be super careful not to get seen. They have to get that timing right, as you said. $1 Million Babies, though, I kind of explained them a little bit there, but they will lose one. So DLR down to a trio at the moment. No, down to a duo. Unfortunately, Kitty getting shot out of her vehicle as well. I don't know what is happening. Honestly, Wolf, what is going on with DLR right now?
Yeah, it might have been a fluke. I'm starting to believe it might have been a fluke day one. I'm not going to lie to you.
Maybe.
Days before you. Yeah. They just don't look the right. They just don't look the right team. Is KYS Virtue are going to be in a very awkward position here. I mean, they are surrounded by teams, and they are in the low ground. It doesn't get a bit more trickier than this. The only respite for them is that, yes, that zone, they are inside of it, and there are still a fair few players that come inside. And DX going to be one of those that cannot make it in, as they will be the next team to fall out.
They will indeed. We also lost Lakers some point in the last few minutes. So, again, it doesn't work when you have standoffs like that. Somehow Onyx are still here. You can see them on your screen right now. Aquarius, going to be looking over onto that side. She knows there is somebody there, but they just can't quite put their... oh, no! Hang on! Did you see that? Look! White Pixies, the solo falls to her death. So I don't know if that was intentional necessarily to not allow points going to the opposite team, but at the same time, before you getting a bit backstabbed here as they go up against, I think that's KYS, isn't it? No, perhaps Slytherin.
Yeah, Slytherin here are going to be the ones in the red. Is KMG moving their way forward before you also inside this area, just outside the edge of the blue. Bonfire female as well have fallen, keep in mind, so that is a big contender outside of the game as well when we're looking at the final teams herein. Those teams though, definitely Slytherin if they can get their way in. We know what we can do. That zone is completely empty. There are spaces in that zone, and I'm surprised actually White here. Yeah, we talked about them sneaking in. They could actually get a position in those compounds. They're empty right now on the very east of that zone. That could be a potential big space for White to occupy and be able to take these other players out coming in.
Absolutely. I think White, I've liked what I've seen so far from them in terms of their CQC skill and strategy. The only thing they're going to have to really look for is those loyal. Oh, no!
Oh, no, indeed. Faleka, it's shooting season. It's hunting season for before you. They've lost two. That's the blue as well. All we have to do is keep them there, but also KYS Virtue from behind. Grabs the angle onto Ludusix. The solo player of KYS still putting in the pressure as they get over the ridge line a bit too far. The revive will come through. They won't lose any players just yet, but that is 2 down for now. It is a big slowdown for Slytherin, so will stop them fully entering this zone in a good position. PNC are going to fall down to, I believe, the explosion there as they try to move in. Before you, it's only also a matter of time as Ice Pack is only going to be able to heal. They're not moving anywhere. Slytherin, Nusix, the moment they would try to leave, are going to get caught out again. Nusix, you need to stop going over that ridge line. KYS are there, and they're still there.
Oh my goodness, and that's the second time she's peeked over that while healing, so it's the same thing twice there, so well done her. Aquarius moving on to bigger and better things at the moment though, but he's going to be stopped by TPES for now. That nade could be very good coming in here, but she is going to run off. She does realize, almost runs back into the nade actually as it goes a little far.
TPS as well, going to lay down the smokes. Will attract, I assume, a few more here of the nades. The helmet also looking fairly cracked, so unfortunate if that does go. That would be a very disastrous situation with possibility of a headshot at this stage coming through. Very vulnerable here, Aquarius is a solo player.
Oh yeah, very. The zone. I mean, the nades continue to come over, just tickling her just a little bit there. Slytherin somehow managed to stay up as 4. They're going to continue coming in now, and I think this is the call to action onto KMG. They've got that open knock before you do go out. Really bad. Lena, if you get knocked again, oh my goodness me, Highland.
Yeah. It is a story of the incapability of coming over the hillside. As Slytherin, they will be able to grab QSC here onto Lunar 6. It's the third time. It happens sometimes. KMG here, holding the nade, you can see it. They are together. If they get caught by this nade being cooked, this could be really disastrous. It gets thrown out. Just missed for now, I believe. QSC, PP6 now all up. KMG rerouting though into the zone. You can see a lot of the rest of these final teams trying to find a position in. KMG are desperate to land in a spot. Wow. This could be Aquarius also catching maybe them out if they can. As there's still Faleka here on the other end. KMG still, nevertheless, find themselves a position inside of his zone. Or should I say just outside of his zone. It's still not safe.
Wow, I was going to say, they did really well to find that building. I'm surprised no one else is in it, but it is just outside zone, so nobody's really looking at it right now. KYS, though, Aquarius is going to be moving out of this game. White are still here, Wolf. We are still seeing them, and TPES are in zone as a duo, so definitely enough is going on at the moment where they could really back their last game up with a good game here.
Yeah, White for sure. Definitely looking really strong. We knew that they had this ability to the compound. KMG though, big knock as they will even confirm away Faleka. That's going to be a crucial positional loss here for Slytherin as they lose their front man, and that will be the next going down. Slytherin just could not break through KMG. TPS have found themselves a spot inside of the zone. Not the big elimination game for themselves, but they are inside the final 4. KMG, the ones with the eliminations here, 7 for them.
Cupquake. Not able KMG. To do quite enough yet, yep.
Yeah, they are wrapping around here, TPS. They've got to be careful. You can see the smokes have come down from behind. Nina, a crucial position here. Is KMG going to actually spot down one? A question mark, but Zone moves also away from question mark. And now they all need to step further down. But that road in the middle is a disastrous position to come into that zone 2. And none of them really will be making that move. You gotta believe for the next 30 seconds, this blue zone is gonna be the one to force them in. TPS will actually be the ones that have to move in last, position-wise. Yet they do have, of course, KMG behind them. The smoke's also going to be running out by this time, and they are out of smokes. So TPS, they realize that this is a moment. They come now through into the zone, but trying to take advantage of a maybe unprepared question mark, waiting to move into the zone themselves. They get their spot in. Damler can't step up from the side of White, still being pressuring down onto question mark. Malev has a buggy position. You can see over the top, utilizing that seat on the buggy to get an angle with an nade. Really smart work here from TPS, but that smoke dissipates and nade. Yeah, time is up, and the buggy is being able to be blown up. As TPS will look to step out, be able to blow up the buggy. Could be an opportunity. Push Malev back behind the wheel. TPS grab also. Maysuk is now Malev looking back to White. A standstill for the moment.
Oh, not so much now.
Question mark. Down to 1. Yeah, Damler going to be struggling here. Let's go for the 1v1 onto Samina. Samina heals back up though. Can they find the shots? Yeah, they will be able to, and that will be question mark. Unable with the squad, the numbers to hold the zone, but White as well tried to step out for the moment, but KMG are very quick to punish him away, but White will be able to secure that second position for themselves. KMG punished between the zone and the final member of Kiera. The revive going to come through. Neither team quite inside of the zone just yet. Balance will fall. Will be able to pick up the loot for the meantime. Restocking for the final move, but it's 2 of TPS. As long as they split up here, they could, with this little bit of a hill, with this extra line of sight, they can come in from 2 different directions. Kiera waiting to hear the footsteps. Understands this could be the position. Nice. Samina won't be taken out just yet. Another nade cooked through. They have the smokes as well. Done. Kiera wants to make it slow. They have the utility. They want to cook it up again. Footsteps. Quiet from the off angle. Smoking from the side. Utilizing the rest of this smoke nade utility that they have. Samina stepping back up. 1 smoke left for them as well, but I don't think they want to use it. They need to keep this head line of sight. Another nade chucked onto Samina. Potentially here, that will be the last of their utility. Kiera moving in. The bird is there enough, and that will be the Molotov. That's crucial. But I see the damage ticks. Kiera still waiting for the last opportunity, holding on to the edge of the White. The second player still alive here. Cupcake is just such a problem. Samina healed up. I think Kiera might just have missed their moment. It was difficult, but it wasn't to be. As TPS will be able to secure this chicken dinner and continue their reign, surely at the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, that was really a really smart play coming in from TPES. I thought Kiera probably had it in the bag there. She could have still done that 1v2, but as soon as TPES kind of split up, one last bit of cover in that open ground and 1 to push, it was over. It was done. I think Kiera did a really good job there, but TPES just outplayed and used their players in a way that was going to make it possible for Kiera to get that win from them. So very well done. They came in determined after that second place. I saw in chat Lisa and everybody were just saying, yeah, we're just going to win the next one then. That's what we're going to have to do. And they did it. They stood up to the plate. So well done them.
You look, TPS definitely looking like one of the big contenders, definitely looking like they can make it into phase 3 so far from what we've seen, and I think also from what we've seen too, in terms of our first couple of days we got to watch TPS. They were one of these teams that I think we were looking especially into that final game. They just missed out on getting into phase 3, want for sure this opportunity back for themselves to continue in this tournament, and 13 points to go about it. It was a quiet game, as we said, in terms of eliminations for them. Their placement points really helping them here continue.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's the fewest amount of eliminations we've seen for a win so far in this tournament. So, yeah, a very interesting win coming in from TPAS. But I tell you what, a win is a win. We're not going to take that away from them. Wolf, the healing.
That's a lot of healing. Yeah, that's a lot of, like we said, 8,000 was a lot. Is this Sanhok or what? Like 11k?
I know, right?
That is a lot coming through. This is like old Sanhok levels of numbers. It is the longest elimination distance on numbers. 360 meters. Also coming through from a Gita here of KMG. KMG did their work, I think, but these squads, I'm just a bit surprised the full squads really couldn't do a bit more in those final moments with their numbers. Question mark, KMG. Yeah, KMG struggled a bit more, but question mark especially, they had that position in TPS center control of. I think just a level of execution not there so far compared to TPS.
Yeah, just a little bit. I think TPES in some ways had a easier time and a harder time. They had an easier time in that they had a compound to hold for a lot of that game, but on the other side, that run down into the south, down south from the north rather, is all very open. So whereas the southern teams had ridges to kind of use and continue their push into the new zones, I think TPS had quite a long run in the open there. So yeah, it was difficult, but KMG actually coming in despite that loss of the win, perhaps 10 eliminations coming in here. I did notice that, Wolf, where we saw a lot of these teams actually have some really big points despite going out they would have liked. I mean, you've got Bonfire went out super early, but they still had 6 eliminations, so those points still keep on going.
Yes, Slytherin as well, able to get 6 eliminations there for replacement points too. So still a fair amount of points going towards teams across the board. Only Wild Pixies and Women Moment to not get points. I think we can sort of agree here quietly that these bottom teams that are still staying consistent are going to struggle, I would imagine, coming through the tournament, but definitely for the rest of these teams towards the top, they are all fighting for that top 10. As Sesha, Belans, Sumina, Faleka, and Kier gonna rank through our top 5 player focus here, as still the ding ding bells coming through for balance is it will be 2 eliminations and the 1083 damage for white.
That is really interesting to see that, because last game we had somebody come in with 1,000 damage and 2 eliminations as well. So definitely some big kind of defensive plays coming in here. A lot of damage done, not a whole lot of those eliminations coming through, though. As you see, Slytherin being the biggest that 2,162 damage for only 6 eliminations. I mean, they should have at least 10, 11, 12 with that kind of damage in play here. It is interesting to see kind of how much damage is actually being done. We've got a lot of defensive plays and, of course, a lot of revives.
Yeah, definitely a lot of revives coming through. A little bit less when it comes to this game overall. The damage, though, pretty big from Slytherin, of course. We knew that Slytherin just had a bit of a hard time coming through to the end of that game, did run into trouble with KMG, and the amount of times the KYS Virtue got those knocks was a bit illegal when it came to a few of those over peaks onto the Richies. However, the overall standing shaping up to TPES Esports onto the top of that leaderboard, still 30 points for them. Bonfire female with that 1 chicken dinner as well. Right behind them, Slytherin, as we said, that aggressive team, still in 3rd, just ahead of KMG.
Yeah, really nice. I love White's performance in that game. You know, we saw it coming where they kind of went immediately for that swim for the water rotation, and it really worked. You know, you mentioned keeping it, you know, kind of sneaky, kind of waiting for that opportunity where teams aren't looking at them, and it got them all the way to second second place. He got them into 5th, tied, of course, with KY. But still, it is 5th place, so it's looking promising for the rest of the evening. But of course, we do have Sandhawk coming up, so what is that going to change? I mean, we've seen it in Phase 1, that it changed everything, so I'll be very interested to see if that continues into Phase 2. But the top 5 eliminations, whoa, nearly a full house there with 6, 6, 6, and then 5. Soul Girls, step it up so we can see 6 all across the board, please.
I'm almost seeing 60s from all angles with my eyes here from the top 5 eliminations. I think KMG definitely doing a lot here, Sesha, in this game alone. I believe those 6, maybe 1 or 2 came from before, as they did obviously get a lot of their points, all but 2 in this game to bump them up to that 4th position so far. Very close though. Understanding so far, Neptura, and I am very excited coming into the you-know-what map next that can shake up a lot and can give opportunity for these teams in this next match to come back on those leaderboard standings.
Yeah, I'm super excited. It is my favorite map for competitive. We're going to see so much happening, so many teams doing so many things all at once. I'm super excited. I can't wait. Let's get into a break and come back quick.
Welcome back, everyone, here to what will be Sanhok time for the PMEWL mid-season showdown and the first day of Phase 2 here in Neptura, and myself, Highland Wolf, here to cover all the action. Neptura, Sanhok, as we say, is the jungle, and it's been an upset every single day and a turning point, we could argue, as well, for these teams.
Yeah, absolutely has been. I think we've seen such a great performance from many of these teams so far coming into the Sandhawk, but you know what? We saw it throughout Phase 1, as you just mentioned. We do see these teams take a little bit of a change, a little bit of a switch up after the Sandhawk. You see some of the teams that are struggling a little bit come in really good, play a great game, continue that momentum onwards. So I'm interested to see who's going to be that team tonight, because it has been a different one every single night. So I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if they can, some of these teams who have been struggling so far tonight, reach back through with a good Sandhawk win or performance here. I think in terms of the other perspective, we are looking at the likes of TPS, Slytherin, KMG. I'm missing one. Who's the last one that's in the top 4? I'm losing out.
Yeah,
Bonfire Esports Female. That's the last one. That's our top 4 right now. Yep. Who are pretty inside the top. I think they're gonna probably, if they keep this performance up, have no real problems in this phase. I also think that Bonfire Female, a good heads up to notice that Galatasaray, if I can get my words out here, are the one team that we're dropping in boot camp. So that space now open. So the research done there, well done by Bonfire Female, gets himself that central position.
It does indeed, and as the zone continues that way, yeah, they are going to be fairly central, and they should have a fairly easy trajectory into even more of a central position should they want it. I mean, you could only one solo standing in the way of Quarry. They just have to be careful that Lakers don't move up there. I'd like to see Lakers move up there for their sake. That would be a great play from them. Painan, they are uncontested in Painan, which is very different to Phase 1. There was a couple of teams that landed there with them, so they're going to have much more of a relaxed time. But what am I seeing over in Paradise up by that way? You got Question Mark. You also have, I think, NTX Crystal over there and KMG. Now, KMG can for much there, but you are going to be seeing, I think, Question Mark run into NTX here.
Yeah, they might. Question Mark, I think, should be able to stay away, but what you don't want to stay away from is here your 1800 UC in-game. Put that code you just saw into your redeem section of PUBG Mobile app, and you'll be able to get 1800 UC if you are the first to stick it in there. Is Question Mark are going to be, as you said, heading around this more northern eastern side. They should just wrap around, I think, towards the coastal line would be an option for them. They can again make a sort of wider rotation later in. TPS though, on the elimination feed, now Woman Moment were a team that we were sort of forgetting about, but a split up TPS has just lost one member to them. So Lisa, as we said, was a big player for TPS, and Woman Moment to take them out. A little bit of a surprise here so far at the start of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Women Moment actually have a good position here. This is the exact position that any team in Sami don't want another team to have, right? I mean, that ridge is pretty hard to get past, so they're going to have to get at least one or two opening knocks to make any sort of moves here. Does look like the rest of the team, though, going to be looking to move out towards the back just a little bit, but it looks like they may have another team behind them as well. Actually, over back to the north side, just quickly, NTX were a full team, at least 3, and Question Mark have 2 eliminations there. So it does look like NTX having a very rough start to this Sanhok game, and White losing one as well. So very early eliminations coming in here.
Very interesting indeed, these first couple skirmishes. I think this also from the hot drops that we saw these teams as they adjust, I think especially tomorrow into Sanhok, should be able to avoid these mistakes where we've lost the players. It may see a little bit of split up. But for today, they are going to take those elimination points and crucially take advantage of the only Sanhok match that we'll be able to see tonight. While Pixies continuing another one of these teams who really need to show us a bit more of what they can do to loot up here and move their way in through Nakam. They are going to be just above here also Woman Moment, so could potentially also join in around this ridge line and pressure around Woman Moment with a little bit of a pincer here against the ridge and take advantage again then more so over TPS as well. I'm not sure I will see that. They have been a bit of a passive team, however.
They have been a little bit. We did see something they kind of seemed a little bit unsure of where to go in that Miramar. So we did see a lot of them, but not a lot of that converting onto points. But you could definitely see something come in here. I would like to see them try and make some sandwich. That would be some forward plays there. That would be a little bit of proactive thinking as well. You are seeing some really nice angles coming in from Women Moment, though. That's quite nice to see. It's a good step up from the previous 2 games as well. So we'll have to see how that moves forward. I'm trying to figure out where KYS Virtue are at the moment, because we do see a couple of their players have damage. The same for DLR, those $1 Million Babies. They really need these points. But, what was that from Cupquake having an angle? I don't even know where she got that from.
Yeah, Pocket just, I think, taking also a bit too long there to punish TPS, getting outside of that compound. They had the eye line, they were waiting for him to maybe come a little bit further around. Instead, TPS, they used a back member to be able to punish Pocket for standing up for so long in visible distance. They don't get one back, crucially, so now it allows here TPS to make a bit of a push forward into that position, and TPS is working well here to take advantage of them. NTX, don't know what went on right there, and Kira, a bit of a door fight as Crystal will jump round, will be able to get taken out though as they don't turn around and White pins them away. NTX tried their best, but will fall down in the last position.
A good effort from them, and unfortunately for White, you know, they wanted to back up that second place with a better game, but you know what, down to 2, still possible. They were down to 2 when they had their second place in the last game, but unfortunately for Women Moment, they've made a fatal mistake in switching. It's what we saw from Slytherin at day 1. Slytherin and Bonfire, I think it was actually, you know, they had that same mistake of switching places. Now it is Women Moment down in the low ground. TPES going to have this ridge line. They've just switched places completely, and I think Women Moment know what danger they're in because they were just putting that same pressure onto TPES.
Yeah, TPS Esports here, Soul Girl, going to be moving forward, and they will have to switch over. Is question mark going to also be in their leading phase here too, coming off of a little bit of a movement round from them as well. You can see about PNCR Destiny also making their moves into the stage 1 zone. As we do sort of talk about that zone moving forward, it was overall a bit of a mainland zone, so I expect these teams to be looking again, as you mentioned, around that bootcamp area, but especially at those sort of compounds that we could see just below bootcamp that usually go from bootcamp hillside then into on these more central zones afterwards. Could start to see teams formulate around there. Also, I think those teams on the northwestern and the southwestern islands making those wider rotations down towards the more southern end towards Cave actually could be an option for those southwest island teams, and for the north respectively up again towards kind of the likes of Paradise Resort. Even a rotation could work as well for those teams that we saw at the beginning, right up towards that Norfolk coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandhawk, I think we see more rotations on Sandhawk than any other map, so most definitely a play to consider. PNCR sneaking up onto question mark, though. They've kind of come together around the boot camp area, as I don't see, I was going to say, I don't see KMG anywhere near here, but they are there, so they're still in boot camp. But we do see the zone has, in fact, switched over. We have a new zone. We're just not seeing it quite yet. But question mark, I don't know that they know that they're there yet. I'm not sure if they know that PNCR are looking down on them. If they don't, that could get bad pretty quickly. But Wild Pixies and TPES now, where do Wild Pixies come from?
Yeah, Wild Pixies also, we said we wanted a bit more to come through from them. I'm hoping that we can see something from them. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade just now. Cupquake for Nirvana. They are both going to be able to revive themselves up. A few of the TPS smokes used. TPS also in a bit of a worse position here, I would argue. However, Wild Pixies definitely got to prove themselves that in terms of the micro-fighting ability, they can outclass TPS. TPS have been definitely the dominant force so far in the 2 games. Definitely expecting TPS to be able to continue this dominance coming through from Sandhawk. However, it has been a bit more contested overall this game so far.
It has indeed. Interesting move actually from TPES to actually leave Women Moment behind in some and tried to put that same sort of pressure. So they have decided to move on, but now they've gone into Wild Pixies. Now Wild Pixies have an idea. Just gets it as it goes around the rock there. So that's going to have to put them back a little bit. That was a really nice spray from Skies. But TPE is having a really hard game here so far. They keep getting gate kept just a little bit, but as you said, they're more than capable of handling it. We shall see how they do that. At the moment, though, not looking good as Cupquake goes down now. The off
also look at Lopalop as well, at off angle, rightly so. Crucial for Wild Pixies here to reinvent themselves in this tournament as a team that can take down some of the contenders at the top. Lakers Monarchy. Forming also his T formation again. I like towards this hillside up to the T junction. You can see there those rotations as well coming through from those wider teams, as we mentioned, that K rotation from the southwestern teams, $1 million babies. A bit more of a direct rotation, as also KYS Virtue up against KMG. This first knock will be coming through onto KMG. They will have to make that revive, but still a bit of a difficult push for KYS Virtue to make coming in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as much as KMG are on the low ground, they still have those angles. As you can see, Nina's up here just checking out that rock, clear sight lines through this. Interesting that KMG decided to make that rotation quickly out of boot camp. Now, that's a good idea, quite right, honestly, because it gets very, very open. Oh, she's doing a little spin,
Beautiful
a little bit
dance.
of emote, very nice. Yeah, it's really nice. Dancing for the camera, love to see it. She's just passing some time because KMG have nothing but time at this point. I think they should be in zone, so looking fairly good. They just have to hold that spot. Doing a good job staying away from the windows, not giving anyone any sort of sightlines, any sort of entry knock. So either KYS Virtue have to give up and go home, or everybody's going to be here for a long time.
Yeah, speaking of that information, though, through the windows, you can see that one are there. Yeah, sure, they would have definitely expected one to be in that location, but you don't want to give away too much. If they start to realize that there is one player in one building or one in the back, they can make those wider rotations quite quickly with a vehicle or two, and quite quickly KMG can start to be at a bit of an issue. So KYS Virtue will just hold their position. You can see a few more of those players have started actually moving back away from the fight. This is more just now Aquarius keeping an eye on KMG to make sure they don't do any funny business coming up behind KYS Virtue. So it is just going to be a continuation of the looting phase for now, a disengage off the fight. While Pixie continuing through their 2 eliminations that they did garner onto TPS, still alive, by the way, with 1 player, but are going to be struggling. As you can see, I believe a bit of a takedown on their HP bar means that they are likely still in this blue, yet to move into stage 3.
Indeed. PNCR moving into boot camp. They've decided it's free enough. That's nice. Good to see Slytherin actually taking a knock there as well. I was just really preoccupied with that team who went all into the same vehicle. That just gets me very, very nervous, as it should, to be honest, but we'll see how that turns out. You could now feeling a little bit of pressure coming into this, as you could, and Slytherin go head-to-head for fighting a bridge, hill even, but it is going into zones. They're gatekeeping each other at this point, and it looks like Slytherin have just decided to abandon this. There's 3 down now. It's just Pew Pew left alive. She's more than capable of getting points for her team, but she can only do that if she's alive, Wolf.
Yes, some of these top teams that we saw from the first 2 games, as we said, the Sandhawk shake-up really changing the standing, the position of these squads. In 2 of the games, being Sandhawk out of the 10 is still a fairly big chunk. It's still 20%, of course, of the possible points. And to do well in Sandhawk is still a great opportunity for some of these teams who may struggle on other maps or have a bad game elsewhere to come back. Is one moment. Continue to navigate now around here. Wild Pixies, who seem to have come down into the Painan area. 1 knocked for now, and again the split here coming through from Wild Pixies. They're trying to wrap around here, the Wild Pixies. 1 very far away on the northern side looking for that revive, so there is a bit of a disjunction. They will just end up falling here regardless, so they are down to just 3.
They are indeed, but you know what? Who else is down to 3? KMG. They did find an entry narc, but it looks like Virtue aren't going to actually use it. They don't think they have enough to actually go anywhere with it. Oh no, Faleka with for Slytherin. I thought she was already knocked down there, but okay, she is going to get knocked. Is going to get finished.
She's gone now.
Yeah, she is gone now. Definitely putting Slytherin for sure down to just Pew Pew, so that is a shame. But you also have Lakers now looking down over to Yakut, so it looks like Pew Pew should be safe for now.
Yeah, Lakers Monarchy keeping an eye over this hillside. A nice high ground position for them as Yakut are moving around a little bit here, as we can see along that river, trying to, I think, find a bit of a newer position, understanding where the shots did come through there, not wanting to directly run into that zone. However, that Sliver member can put a bit of an upset into Yakut if given the opportunity. We know what Sliver can do as such an aggressive squad. KYS Virtue also looking to chase a little bit here onto KMG, moving in further to the zone as they will try to again block out here the rest of KMG from entering into the zone, denying them this ability to come straight in. Kowalski, though, almost falls down, hops over through the car as they're trying actually just to here get rid of one more of the KMG members, separate them out from the zone, from each other, gets into a 1v1 situation. It's Alicia Jets, the jump down shot, and they managed to find it, the jump and the angle there available for them, but question mark from behind, putting in some work, but it's not enough. This KMG will fall, and they will be now out, giving now the space to question mark to try punish KYS Virtue later on.
I love that from KYS Virtue. That was amazingly played. It was so messy, and they didn't have that info, but they brought it back. Really, really well done. Kowalski moving in and just switching the sides on the car just as a quick, really well played there. KMG did have that hillside, but I think they're probably recruiting not being a boot camp because look where it's gone. But at the same time, there's like 6 billion different teams just in boot camp, so maybe they're happy they took the hill after.
Boot camp is a very big compound. I mean, you can definitely have quite a few teams there. It does start to get a bit hectic once you get 3 or more inside of boot camp, but it can accommodate a lot of these different players. The outside of a boot camp is where it gets a bit dodgy, right? So where you have this bit of a openness towards boot camp coming in. There is some different angles that obviously these teams can look to take. However, it is all a bit sketchy coming in. I think realistically the best way to come into boot camp would be those 2 warehouses, right? You see on the northern side, that probably offers about the most security you can get alongside the river. So teams may look to try and make that a bit of a wider rotation. Yeah, it will shift up towards that northern location past boot camp actually. So these areas could be a bit more in play. These ideas more in play for these teams rotating in.
Yeah, definitely. I think the teams here, KYS Virtue, all the way onto that hillside, really want to start thinking about what they can do to gatekeep some of these teams. I think there are going to be a lot coming up onto that eastern side. You definitely don't want to be on the other side. So either they should be making sure that they have their section really nicely down pat. Nicole with a beautiful spray. I don't even know how she managed that one, but Bully is the only one alive right now. You could go down with 3 eliminations. Onyx on the ball here, but Nadia is the only one left standing.
Yeah, Onyx here, down to the solo. I'm not sure it's the wisest decision to be jumping into boot camp in the open, as they will get behind the tree. $1 Million Babies almost giving themselves up. They will be able to also find TPS. That's big for Onyx, taking out one more position for themselves, one more elimination point before inevitably they should go down. Quite a few, you can imagine, will be falling inside the next few moments before you Ice Pack, jumping in around Bonfire Female. But here comes the rest of the team as they look to put a bit of a pressure on. The smoke coming through from Onyx. They don't have any healing, you can see. I think, yeah, that will be the end, but maybe a bit further as their Wild Pixies will fall before them. Onyx will fall down with 5 eliminations, so...
Yeah, 5 eliminations, that is not bad at all. So they do get that 1 placement point and 5 points from the kills there. That's a decent result. KYS Virtue, though, with 6 eliminations, as well as Wild Pixies. Wild Pixies needed those points, so really, really well done for them. Maybe that's a little bit more momentum on their side. Bonfire Female, again, another big team going out fairly early here. Only 3 eliminations, so not many points for the Sandhawk. It is only down really to KYS Virtue. Question mark still have a full squad as well, so they could definitely do something here.
Definitely $1 Million Babies as well. Another one of these teams who have been desperate for a rise. This is their opportunity here in Aptura to get into this game, to show us But day one that we've been waiting for. I might introduce them. Razva is going to go down here to PNCR inside of boot camp, but they are looking for that car movement in. KYS Vedu are also going to fall down to question mark. Is they have that compound position inside the north of the zone. Question mark still looking over before you could pick up a few more elimination points here before you edging out on the edge of the zone. I think maybe, yeah. What are you thinking?
I'm just thinking question mark have already won because that was a 6-time spray with an M249. White does go and take out $1 million babies though. That's not what they needed.
Yeah, White B up to here for balance, gets that extra position. They just need to survive. They need to hold on that zone. Yeah, it does go towards question mark, and that should now really secure their position inside this game. Warehouses, the edge of those buildings. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? Question mark have it all covered. They've got the numbers. You need a couple of a knock here or two to stop question mark, to allow you some time. Damler is down. That knock is there. PNCR, they have to go for this opportunity. They need to move in. Speaking of opportunity, so do decide a question mark. Technically, they have to move further in. There is boot camp positions there for PNCR. They've got to be eyeing up that next building on the edge, as you can see. That would provide a lot of space, a lot of position PNCR. Whoever gets that spot first, though, is going to have that advantage before you finally fall down in third, but so will their Lugo drop down on the edge. The concrete blockade not going to be enough to save them. Cressy, though, will find a second off through the fencing. They go up way too far, and I don't know really what they were trying. PNCR get that extra chicken dinner win, and now will be a comeback for the team. They needed the points. They needed to show us what they could do in this phase. That's them showing it.
Wow. Big GGs. I was thinking, oh god, question mark, making a mistake there, you know, not making that push. They got 2 knocks and they didn't go full send. That did mean that one of them did get knocked as well, but honestly, very, very well played still from them. Yeah, I'm not sure what PNCR was doing there. I understood kind of trying to push up. She got 2 knocks, make the push up, but unfortunately, she just couldn't hit the deck fast enough, and that is going to be question mark taking a win much needed, by the way, because they didn't have a great first game. The second game was okay, but this is really, really what they need to get those points back on the board. And at this stage in the phase, we're looking at a big jump in points.
Indeed, we are, and I definitely think with that shake-up, with those different teams that we looked at, while Pixies being one before you, also that third position that they were able to get here, all going to be shaking up those standings. I'm really excited here in Aptura to see how those standings have shaped up, because they have got to be even more close together than they were, or than we even could have probably imagined, judging by how the first 2 games went.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 18 points on the board. Looking very nice. Very good indeed. I like it. I like the poses here by these girls.
Almost hitting my face in the screen. Coming through the screen at me here. I'm a bit nervous.
Yeah, same here. Oh my goodness. 17 total rescues, not many at all. But I tell you what, Lakers, Akulika, getting 291 elimination meters on a Sandhawk. That is pretty long.
Pretty long indeed. Maybe less. So on the healing, only 5,600, about half is what we saw in the last game. I believe I would also put that to a lot of those fights being more of just getting blown up the moment they were sore. There was no real opportunity for teams to really do that healing. Coming into a boot camp kind of finish, they couldn't get to boot camp, frankly enough. But as we see the match rankings, it will be 18 points for question mark, as before you will be at that 9 mark alongside White KYS with the 8 there. I think also a big upturn, I would say, in terms of the LR right in Wild. and the $1 Million Babies and Wild Pixies there, getting 7 and 6 points respectively. They really both needed to show us what they could do, and I think especially impressed with Wild Pixie, because this is really their first, I would say, bigger performance that we've seen so far in the tournament.
I would definitely agree. I think we've seen more wild Pixies in this game than we've seen in them all tournaments. So yeah, definitely a good result from them. Very nicely done. I'm also really impressed with White. I mean, they had a little bit of a struggle in phase 1, but here they're consistently top 4 every single game. So very, very nice job coming in from them. We are seeing not 1,000 damage at the moment, but Kowalski in here at the top with Aquarius in the top 5, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I would obviously put that down, but even damage split, right? And that lower damage count to, as we said, the boot camp final zone, so teams getting blown up quite quickly. There wasn't a lot of fighting when it came overall to the teams in the early and especially even the mid game. So apart from those first few eliminations that we saw come through on hot drops, there wasn't really a lot until the immediate eliminations and those knocks come through that we saw in the end game.
Yeah, definitely. As we move over to the overalls, I think that's what we're going for next. Who's it going to be on top? Still TPES, but question mark. I thought they might make top 5. They do a fair bit better than that, Wolf.
Oh yes, second position for them and 1 point above Bonfire Female. They're 2 lackluster games, we could say, from Bonfire Female, putting them now down to 3rd position. White also and the rest of these teams close behind them, a very close pack, with TPS Esports a little bit away from the rest. Also, those points do start to fall off a bit, though, on the bottom half. I think we can see a bit of separation beginning to show overall in these teams.
We can indeed, which is a lot faster than in phase 1, is specifically even with all the big teams, the really successful super strong teams, we didn't see as much of a gap as is coming into light for this phase, which is interesting to note. But really like that Wild Pixies up there into 11th. So that's a fairly big jump for them. The top eliminations though for each overall in this phase so far, Susu, of course it's going to be Susu with that first win, and Pew Pew right behind her. So I like this. Yeah, we got Bonfire, Slytherin, and White all in here. TPS Lisa there as well as KMG. So I think this is actually a really good representation of how tonight's have gone.
Definitely, and we can see Susu up there, no surprise from the first game. Also, Slytherin have also been very aggressive. Lisa there from TPS being those consistent team from the first 2 games, and now obviously our teams that we saw in the most recent games as well coming through on Sandhawk. We are going to be going to Miramar for our 4th game and our 2nd time and last time for tonight. I'm looking at the rotations. Now, we mentioned it obviously before and coming into the first Miramar game. A lot to, I think, desire from some of these teams when it comes to their play on Miramar.
Yes, definitely. There's a little bit left, a little bit more work to do, I think, specifically coming into tomorrow. But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what the zone is going to have an impact on that as well.
Yeah, we got to see if they can survive on Miramar one last time tonight, as we will be heading through a short break.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 4 here, and our second opportunity to jump into Miramar tonight. We're passing by Oasis. You know where it is, my favourite spot on the map, and we are darn hoping, of course, the zone is going to go there. One time in my lifetime of casting here PUBG Mobile, but we're moving down, straight past it, straight down the middle of Miramar for this one. And coming off of the Sandhawk map, where it was question mark to come with the win, up to now second position in the overall standings, just behind TPES Esports, is they too are going to be dropping off early onto La Cobreria. We looked at the second game, where we did have some issues overall with the dropping in the beginning of the game here, Neptura, and also when it came to, I believe, the sort of early to mid-game and the decisions that some of these teams were making. As we said, coming from the break, a few mistakes to be solved by a couple of these teams. When looking at these locations, I think we are a bit more happy with the way that these teams are dropping and taking advantage of, as we said, some of those positions that aren't really taken with those top teams now being not in the play, such as Al-Azhar and Impala.
Yeah, I think it is nice that we're seeing a little bit more of a change up, of a switch up coming in here, especially with this zone. We should be seeing Impala and Al-Hazahar being swept up pretty quickly. Oh, the glider.
Nice.
What?
I like that
glider.
That is pretty. Yeah, I like that.
Nice.
I like that. Not glider, parachutes. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I love the parachutes. Do you know what? I've been like super loving right now is the Halloween planes. I love the design of the Halloween skins on the planes right now. It makes it feel real spooky like, and real spooky here for Yakut. They are also solo. They're going to open fire, but they miss. Big miss here from Corey. You don't want to be the one to miss on that. They'll jump down. They'll try to buy some time here for a team to be able to come and support here, but they are a ways away.
Wolf,
I like the door.
That? She tried to make them think she went inside. That's smart. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Big brain.
Yeah, I like the door there. Big brain here. We're coming through, but still we miss again. The second opportunity. Yeah, this is big of misses here. Yeah, I mean, just get good, right? Like, says the professional bot killer, Highland Wolf.
Yeah.
Easy when they don't move and they just stand still.
Absolutely. Yeah, interesting. The rest of her team not really coming into this either, though. That's what's odd.
Yeah, definitely so much time Hikori has built here I would really expected the team, especially because Hikori living here and buying so much time, that they can push down. You can see it's a 2-2 split, so I think they're a bit preoccupied, the other three here, with the 2 on the more northern side. Definitely, they would have appreciated if we could get another one of these players secured. Gonna chuck in the pan in there. Looking to try to cook one of them up. Will miss. Was a nice try. Imagine if they peeked now and he got headshot by the pan.
Yeah.
That would have been very funny indeed. Oh, they're trying. You can see they're trying to hope that one of them will peek. Unfortunately, not successful so far.
Yeah, this is weird as well, though. Yeah, here we go. Finally, somebody's actually pushing. I would have expected a push to be coming through here. They know it's a 2v1.
Oh,
yeah,
no!
I mean...
Oh, days.
Oh,
Bit of a mistake there. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they're falling apart at the seams here. They're going to lose one on either end. Nameli is in some sort of safety. I think Nameli, it's time to get on out of there. Your team is very much Jova in this team fight, and yeah, it's a solo endeavor in the desert for Yakut. It'd be like that sometimes.
Wow. It do be like that. That is true. It do be like that. And Question Mark aren't complaining at all. You know, they just come off of that win. They've gotten early 3 eliminations. They are happy, or 2 even. It should be 3. It should be 3. We should be.
Oh yeah, they're getting another one.
Into fruition. There we go.
Goodbye.
3 now. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. You could, I think, just way too passive. They weren't on the ball enough. Question Mark, on the other hand, are going to try and be pushing this, but I think they should know that she's long gone at this point. She has made a run for it for sure. Now she just has to not get caught doing that and let them just kind of scurry around in here for a little bit until their fingers get all pruny.
Yeah, I liked also the change, to be fair. If anything, they did work out well, is both these teams changing the locations to accommodate, of course, those changing teams currently playing in today and tomorrow. However, yeah, they get caught on each other. I definitely think that, as you said, you could have been pushing Freeman onto the 2 players of Question Mark. Really could have been much more aggressive to kind of force a move out of Question Mark. If you're going to fall, at least do it with some dignity and try to, I think, fight overall, rather than just sort of hover on the edge of do we go or not.
Yeah, and I think you could solo as well. She had a covering angle and didn't use it. I mean, she either she missed while firing or she didn't fire. I didn't see her actually fire any bullets towards
she just missed they moved towards the door, and then she was on her screen. She sort of just moved away from the door just a little bit, so she couldn't see the door open or didn't hear it. And yeah, very quick and very smart movements, edging towards the door and then opening and peeking through.
I loved that. That was big brain. I mean, that was really, really a good play there. So everybody take note of that, I think, for future reference. Looking over to Women Moment, we're over in Los Leones. We are a full squad this time, which is nice. But we do see the Lakers over there as well. But there's no real threat at this point in time. Everybody knows how big Los Leones is, so they really can do whatever they want at this point in time. Everybody else, fairly chill. We've got a very slow start to this Miramar for the moment, Wolf.
I like it. I'd rather be more chill, and I'd rather be more prepared and sensible. We could use that word around some of the drop locations than being a bit chaotic in the start of Miramar. There's definitely no need. There's plenty of spaces, and you cannot argue that there is not space for yourself with such a central playing path going right down the middle. Literally everywhere is a possibility. In this game, yeah, sure, the zone has gone a bit towards more of that eastern end of Miramar. There's still plenty of ways to rotate into this zone. You can see the north, you can come down from water treatment. Crustaval, there's also a line there. You can come behind the mountains and towards the north. If you're looking towards the bottom side, I really like KMG's rotation actually, that they should come up towards Puerto Paisio. We'll have a location on the edge of the zone there, and also have a bit more of a potential to loot further on into this game. So definitely looking at KMG as a very prepared team for later team fights.
Definitely. I'm just keeping my eye on the Lakers. They've done a very aggressive 2-2 split, I think, here. So they've got one side up on those mountains to the north, just above Women Moment, and then, of course, you've got the other two down here. So we do have Women Moment kind of trying to get out of Dodge, which I think is fair enough, but they also have a 2-2 split going on right now. So the Lakers could be looking to be very aggressive, starting to get that preemptive movement onto Women Moment at the moment. But we did see someone go down there. I'm not a Wild Pixies, I think it was, did get knocked to zone for a second there.
Yeah, that's quite impressive to be knocked by the first phase zone. Must have been coming in on the later rotation. Yeah, okay, that's why. Yeah, you can see Onyx. So there was a reason why that they were struggling to get out of red zone. Onyx are there, going to be competing against them. Lakers, Monarchy, as you mentioned, they have come together a bit more now. And this final player here is going to be grabbing a vehicle for themselves, which I really like, coming together on the edge of this mountainside, really looking over towards those more open flats and the rotations of possible teams coming in at this point in the game, where those teams are making those first big moves, really makes a lot of sense to me.
No, yeah, it does. It does. It's a nice rotation around for them. They're not putting themselves in harm's way here. Women Moment wanted to just kind of stake it out a little bit, just kind of lay low and let them pass, which is fair enough. You know, you're playing for placement. You know you don't have that many points. Lakers have been a little bit on a roll at the moment. Wild, though, do end up keeping all four up, as do Onyx, interestingly enough. So looks like each have used those knocks to actually get out of there, crossing past Montenuevo now. The Wild Pixies do have a head start on Onyx, but what is with Onyx and their late fights in zones? Just stop it. Stop yourselves.
Yeah, Onyx have been struggling. I think we saw this from Onyx, especially in the second day, right, of their group. They did start to struggle with the rotations coming through and making it into the mid-game. They looked all right, I think, in the beginning, but as teams started to get adjusted and into the tournament, they have fell off a little bit when it comes to the decision-making on those mid-game rotation marks. The zone has completely been back towards the La Bendita crater being the dead center. Don't go near La Bendita, I think, first of all. If you are, hold on to around the edge. Do not go in to the crater on any circumstance. I really like the location of Before You right now, and those hillsides also coming up towards just the east of them. You could start to use them contest alongside Before You, a little bit of a position there, but definitely Before You, one of the best spots so far. Is Slytherin going to be taking out KYS, also NTX, even on KYS as well, Virtue, so a bit of a double up as KYS Virtue really struggling here to move out of this compound. Yeah, so you can see now in the early game we had a zone finish up here, but in the start of the game, right, it's a lot easier without loads of teams around you in the open to be able to just push onto this compound and start a fight on your own terms.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go all over the place, out in the open, wherever you want, because there ain't nobody looking at you. So that is a big shame for KYS Virtue, though. They could have had a really good game here, but Slytherin with those nays just coming in hot. So nice to see that momentum coming in from them. KYS, unfortunately, unable to keep that momentum going from the Sandhawk. But you know what? Like you said earlier, these things happen. It just do be like that occasionally on Miramar, especially. Onyx moved into San Martin, but question mark having none of it.
Yeah, definitely is Onyx Esports as well. Still stuck, actually, as we mentioned in their rotations. This time, though, 2 question mark, as they have found both themselves inside of San Martin, but it will be question mark. Meeting, unfortunately, at the door, but it was Onyx with the trigger finger a little bit more ready. Suit! Oh no, too long at the door, looting up as they do get caught. Nadia has to overlook this one as Marley going to create a few complications here. Both of them definitely worse for wear, though. I definitely would argue for Onyx moving out the backside of San Martin right now and getting as fast as possible to this zone. I mean, look at the distance right now, 1,200 meters. Phase 3 is already finishing into Phase 4. You need to get a move on. You need to get your feet moving.
Yeah, you really do. Unfortunately, they have to get their feet moving because it's the only mode of transportation they have. They don't have a vehicle, so getting up that cliff is going to be really difficult. At least they do have one up top here. She is being spotted, but she can probably provide some sort of cover. But honestly, question mark need to as well. There's the entry knock. I think this is it for Onyx. Honestly, well, it's not looking good. They've got nothing left. Down goes one. Now just the spray to get the other. They have to get the other there, but do miss. They do have one up on the top, though, so Onyx could come in here and clean them out for good.
Yeah, definitely Onyx just really looking like some trouble. Thankfully for them, thankfully for question mark, they do have the vehicles and they were able to clean up Onyx fairly quickly on that exit out, so they can get themselves potentially to the next shift. Is KYS Virtue Slytherin, you can see here, right? Bonfire Female coming in as that third party are going to be the third problem for here. KYS Virtue, question marks, slowly making their way through, but look at the healing crucially on these teams, right? There's not a lot of utility. They need to make sure that Onyx does not do the damage here, as they will be able to definitely get them down. Very crucial no shots went in here to question mark, because they do not have a lot of healing to work with. They've got a lot of distance to close, and still never mind the information they need to gather and the potential fights that they've got to take later on if they want to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. That was super crucial that the DPS went straight to the face and nothing went back at them. But interestingly here, we do have Bonfire trying to move in. They're going, oi, this was our spot in phase 1. Get out. And Slytherin's kind of like, you know what? It's actually kind of toasty in here. We do have a squatter upstairs, but we'll get rid of her pretty soon. Otherwise, it looks like Slytherin do want to stay here for good. But now White's over there as well. These are two teams that have been having really successful games so far. Slytherin been good in their own right, but will that momentum from those other teams be too much for them?
Yeah, Lake is also here looking over, as she said, I lost Lou in his position earlier, while Pixie just settling up. I think these teams adjusting now to stage 4 is it will ping backwards down towards the south. Very curious to where actually that does cover. Is KYS it's going to be able to be knocked down into the face by Slytherin, but that is also important to clear out that extra straggler there, as Slytherin will now be able to move further down south. You saw Bonfire Female, I believe it may have been moved now also down to the south to adjust to that zone. Yeah, it has gone away from La Bandita Hill. So PNCR, they are going to still have a hillside to work with. The compound there as well, if a team wants to try to hold up an area, it's a bit more centralized, could be really useful. Down towards actually where Bonfire Female are, though, I actually think that hillside that you've got there, and a little bit of blockade also against the road, to the vision line of those on the hill opposite, that's actually also a great position for those who will struggle to cross that zone.
Yeah, definitely. I was just making those noises because question mark are going down to the zone and going down hard. I think she's going to try and get this res, but with that zone just picking away at her health, I don't think she's going to have enough time to do it. She's just going to have to heal up and go, I think. Yeah, 7 eliminations, pretty good. But Bonfire feeling the heat now. Whose Bonfire is it? I think it's theirs that are cooking. I mean, who did that? Was that KMG onto Bonfire?
Yeah, KMG definitely for sure has to be. I mean, also could be Slytherin from behind. The only teams, that are there. Women moment, though. They are entering into the compound. This is about the most aggressive I see women being all tournament. We've got to see if they can take it to KMG. Definitely not a team just to be run over themselves. It's women moment. Moving around the compound, I'm really hoping that we can see something here from them. You want to see them be able to push for themselves with 4 players, but the Pocky will be the first naded down inside the building. Piper's outside, but trying to find an angle. I think they need to try pushing a bit harder here. Allow Rin to get in as well. They're being a bit too passive. I think they really have allowed. Oh, never mind. Is actually they're just going to get popped. Never mind. Is KMG. That is what you needed. Those extra knocks to come through. I wanted them to be a bit more aggressive because you can see now KMG, they've allowed the time for them to set up, right? And they're going to get all 4 players, I believe, back up here. So, yeah, it was a lovely push to begin with. His Bonfire female also will fall down to question mark. It'll be wild. Pixies to take that elimination up, though. They'll take the point. Meanwhile, a fully back set up and rejuvenated KMG is waiting as question mark will fall down.
They will indeed, but again, 7 points on the board, not half shabby at all there. Yeah, this is really frustrating from Women Moment. They've had this was a really bold push. I liked the push, but they just didn't follow through. They got there and
I love the idea, but it was they lost confidence in immediately, and especially considering we had a double knock. That had to be the time. You go in, you knock 2 of the members, do not let them come back up and regroup in the back building. I'm a bit confused by one moment, honestly.
Little bit.
Really confused. Yeah. KMG, though.
But
they could still take them out.
At least they could do. I mean, at least it's improvement from Women Movement, right? We wouldn't have seen this.
Look, yeah, it's improvement.
Yeah, it's just a bit by bit we're getting there. So we'll see how that ends up going. Lakers down to 2, though. This is interesting for them. We haven't seen much of them yet. A little bit of movement, but not much fighting going on. How did Slytherin get up to 8 eliminations while we weren't looking, though?
Yeah, Sliver and the duo here, they've been able to do a bit of damage. I mean, yeah, of course, they took through, I believe, 4 it was from the KYS Virtue squad, so that was a number of their points into the bag here. Whoa! KMG, I missed it! I can't believe I missed it! We missed it! I wanted to see Women Moment do the deed, finally, that we've been waiting for him to do. I am so mad right now in the camera. The camera operators. Inner hatred is coming out. I've been waiting all tournaments. Yeah. To be fair, though, one moment did stop, so I didn't think as much as a camera operator there that they would have pushed it at that moment. Lucas Monarchy also moving in. You can see Slytherin also trying to angle out position past this sort of hillside, which we said this sort of little dip which you've got going on for these teams to protect them. But as you can see, the moment they come into that zone, the moment they leave that security, they are in some serious trouble to those teams already in the zone. PNCR Destiny moving into the smoke before you. They have got those revives back up. PNCR also get Creasy back online. Before you coming over the top, and PNCR, they always turn their back to the shots. But they don't go down. We don't lose another for now. Before you go very hard up, but it's not enough for now. PNCR Destiny as well. You can see them almost get hit by the nade, but they don't find a return. They lose only a second. There's the first one to come through. Slytherin also, Falega also losing their lives to this side of Wild Pixie. PNCR grabbing Ara back into the fight. Drive on in, they're going for the knocks, but they get them. They look for a 1-for-1 trade. PNCR is going to struggle a little bit here to get themselves back up. Creasy back for the moment. Adaka trying to defend the position here on the backside. A fruitful but difficult effort here so far, as they have been able to at least gather still 2 eliminations of before you. Or one, should I say here, is that the knock has been revived, should I say. We're coming back in. 2 of them have been knocked. On the other hand, is A2 coming in from the tractor. A difficult position.
Ooh, just a little too long cook in there. That would have been beautiful from Cupquake, though.
Yeah.
By the way, I love saying Cupquake. That's such a fun name. It's great, but, also doing great things.
Look, don't make me hungry.
They're about to abandon it. Yeah, same.
Don't make me hungry for cupcakes. Don't do it. Yeah, I know, right? One more game after this. I know, right?
One more game, okay.
We can get the cupcakes. Yeah, the cupcakes, right. Trust me, that's where we're going after this cast ends. As Piper are lining up here with one moment to try to get themselves in. TPS Moment also going to move forward in, but they get immediately knocked. One of them does hit the floor in time. White, really the team here also coming in. Who is that in the middle? That's $1 Million Babies in the middle. They're the ones to defend their position right now, but look, all the teams moving in on the moment. There's so much opportunity, but it's so difficult to control. Everyone's trying to move a step forward, a little inch into the zone to survive. A little hill, a little hay bale here for woman moment. As Lisa's going to be the next one to move out, but hay bale, they get behind that line of sight in time, they get into the smoke. Piper as well, going to use the smoke fair late and down. It's BNCR Destiny moving in themselves, trying to go for a little bit of a blockade here behind the vehicles. It's Wild Pixie though, inside the smoke, inside so many of these different squads. The eyes on top of them as they will fall, so will TPS Esports. As they are down to only Cupquake and 1v1. Can they find it? As Carrier stepping over the top, will be able to get it. Akira grabs it, and Cupquake gets eliminated as it will be White Esports. Now up to 5. Lakers up to 6 as well, trying to keep themselves alive in this game somehow. On the edge, women moment the same. 6 there for them as well. As Wild Pixies grab both the one for themselves. And now into our final 4.
Women moment, great result from them. I mean, I think that's nearly, if not equaling, their entire performance all night. So very big GGs to them. Unfortunately, it's so open though, Wolf. This entire zone is just a nightmare. But you know what's not a nightmare? Getting 1800 UC on a Saturday night, it's great. So go ahead and check that out quickly before you miss the rest of the game. Wild Pixies, now another great game from them.
Yeah, Level going to go down though here. You can see Wild going to lose themselves as they will fall away down to our final $3 Million Babies. This is also a huge game for them. They had this one shack to their name, but it was a shack enough for themselves. And the nade going to get out. Lakers Monarchy bounces on in. As that will be a balance on the other end to try find an angle, but yeah, that's not happening. It's a shed, it's a zone, $1 Million Babies. There should be no way that they lose this fight. The only thing I can see that White do is they drive in. They have to use the vehicles, but that zone is moving on in now. You can see the smokes being laden down. Ballon's going to go on by foot. They have this dip. They get down in time. Ballons needs to get into the smoke. They need to find some way to heal. But they will find Mira in the back. That's a crucial knock for Kitty. Kira
Beautiful.
also going to fall. That should be the nail in the coffin. They're going to find Ballons through the tree. And that will be $1 Million Baby is their second chicken dinner at the tournament. A very welcome one here in Aventura for them. They are back at least for this game.
They are so back. I hope this continues. We need them back in our lives in that top 5 space. That was such a good game from them. They kept it fairly quiet, you know. I think they had 8 eliminations in the end, 3 of those being the second place team. So I think they had a very quiet game. They kind of kept to themselves, just kept enough going to keep alive until that position was given to them. Really, really well played from them. That's the kind of game that a team like them in their position needed.
Yeah, and I mean, props to them as well for keeping it, because you can see the positions, right, of so many teams. I mean, definitely you cannot hide in that position. If one team gets close to chuck a nade through that window, everyone falls down. You cannot hide in that position. So they still had to do some work towards the end. Definitely, it was an easier game for them. I also want to give credit, though, to Women Moment in that game. I think when push came to shove, they were able to succeed and they were able to get those points. But for now, we can see $1 Million Babies on our screen, so I will give some more props to them, because 18 points total in this game is definitely what they needed to get themselves back into this game, into this tournament, because they were just sort of falling away a little bit.
They were one of the teams where we kind of said, there's starting to be a bit of a gap coming in here. We've only had 3 games, but still there is a gap forming. And the $1 Million Babies have bridged that gap. most definitely, I would not be surprised to see them in the top 10 the way that the points have been splitting up amongst the teams. I would like to see that for them, for their sakes, honestly, because it's just been a big upset for them so far, I think. But, what is with Miramar and this healing? Because this is the second Miramar now we've seen over 10k healing. What is going on?
I mean, okay, yeah, there were definitely some healings coming through for sure. I think that zone definitely had a big effect on it. The longest distance coming through from Mir there as well, 339 meters, pretty decent through from them as well. The $1 Million Babies, though, they get their 18 points wide as well. I think it's been pretty consistent so far on Miramar, at least these last two games. When it came to their performances, a second, another second for them. They just need to finish it off, but Lakers also getting 12 points total with those 7 eliminations. And one moment, as we said, right, this was their biggest game so far. And I think, definitely has to be their biggest game of the tournament.
It really does have to be, and it's one of those things when Women Moment need to start pushing and shoving, and it's a really good time for all. In fact, they're even top 3 here. I think that's the first time we've seen Piper up here, but gotta give it to Lena 6 here. Ding, ding, ding. Bell of 1,000 damage with 1,005. 6 eliminations coming through here. And just to keep it into perspective here, Lenu and Kitty, both 6 eliminations. The top 5 elimination players overall have 7 and 6, so they have equaled those top 5 in this one game. So really, really good stuff from them. Look at these overalls, though.
Yeah, definitely closing up that gap. TPS struggled, I think, in this game. Question mark as well. You saw what happened to them. So that does give way to White. They're very close behind. $1 Million Babies straight up to 6 as well with that win. Lakers there too. One moment. Yeah, they're rising in the standings. They'll need another big game alongside Wild Pixie there. I think, too, to be fair for Wild Pixie, did get a fair number of points. You saw them in towards those final moments, so they did get a couple more points inside of now that 10 position, that cusp of elimination where only the top 10 will make it through. The top 5 eliminations, though, belongs, as you mentioned, 8 eliminations straight up there. Nuzix as well in question mark in that 3rd position. Lisa knocked down and Susu there to the 4th and 5th positions. They'll need to do more to stay inside of our top 5 next game.
They will indeed. Girlies, step it up. You got to do something. You've been dethroned for this game. But, we still got one more. Wolf, we still got one more. There's time for them to get those back. They're not that far behind.
Look, we got to see what they can do. The final game of the first day here, Phase 2, a wrangle after a short break.
This is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward.
first day here at Phase 2 of the PMEWL Wonder League mid-season showdown. Never sure. It's come down to a wrangle time now. A very open playing path here. I'm going to start off because I've been holding these notes all darn day. Okay. That Lipovka, shooting range, quarry, as I said to you off camera earlier, all are open. Severny, to an extent, as well, is open.
Yeah.
Not sure about Zaki. Don't quote me on that. It's a possibility with this playing path. But my point is that there are loads of different locations that these teams can play on. There is no need, this time around, for teams to be fighting around the early hot drops. Because if they have done their research, they should know where these spaces that the top teams occupied last time, earlier this week, are no longer available.
Yeah. No, and you're absolutely right. You'd think they'd give themselves a bit of a break on Phase 2. You know, they could go, well, we're just going to keep to our spots, so we're lots of practice in. It's like, well, but you could just have like a much easier time, you know, coming in. If you go to Gatka, go to Quarry instead. If you go to Pachinki, go to Gatka instead. Something like that. Just kind of give yourselves a little bit of a break. We do see teams going to Severny though, so we do see somebody going there. But it's weird. Wolf, there's Lipovka as well, but we see like 2 teams going there.
Yeah, I mean, Lipovka was one of these locations that didn't get touched at all last time around. Now, the playing path was a little bit of a factor towards this. This time, not so much. There are teams going to be going around there. Lipovka, interestingly enough, has always been one of those areas of contention. NTX also going to be up against here. KMG, as they are around this Severny side, if I am not mistaken. So NTX Lady will be moving back here a little bit. It just unfortunately looks like a case of 3 players, 2 got knocked early on the drop. KMG were able to capitalize, and Crystal gonna have to pull off a miracle here to be able to take out KMG. Is it? That's what we won.
That's one.
But where's the other? That's the other jumping over. Oh no! Oh, if they were quicker. Oh, if they were quicker in the reaction, they definitely could have got 2 right there.
Yeah.
I think KMG
should have been knocked there.
yeah, for sure. I mean, KMG, big mistake there, the way that they tried engaging. The other 2, as you saw, weren't even there to follow up if those 2 went down. But yes, I think lack of reaction speed, the worst mistake there for the side of NTX.
Yeah, that's such a shame because they've not been doing too badly today, have they? They've had some decent pointage, a few ups, few downs, nothing too crazy, but it has been points on the board. So for them to go out first off, within the first 4 minutes of the game is a bit disheartening for them, especially when it's the last game of the evening. But now they get to go early, they get to maybe go to bed early, have some more rest, and perhaps be a little fresher for tomorrow night, but we will see how that is going to be going for them. I'm curious to see where DLR are after that win. They do have one player who is a little bit injured. I'm just wondering, did they go to Lipovka or did they go down to Pachinki? I can't quite remember where I saw them last.
That's a good point. I would have to check the map. If we can get back to $1 million babies, that would be lovely. Right now we are on PNCR, just around the George Pole side is where we are currently, based on that minimap. We'll be looting around the crates locations and just continuing. There is a team up there, TPES, if I'm not mistaken, just above them. So there is a bit of contention on the other end of that bridge, but I assume there should not be any closeness towards either of them. They'll continue their looting phases up with respect to each other.
New zone has come in, though, we're seeing, and it was only 400 meters from PNCR's location in the South Georgia Pole area, so I think we're looking for either a center or more northwestern zone coming in here, so fairly chill, fairly easy for these teams. Before you are currently in zone, if I'm reading that correctly, So they should be good to go as well. But looking potentially to finish up their looting phase and start looking for those early rotations in to a better position, perhaps. Pachinki is a difficult place to be actually holding on to. That's why I like Church more, or those hills. A little bit more of a high ground. You get a little less stuck than in these compounds. So I would see them even just move up to Church, right? Just leave Pachinki alone and just
even
go to Church. A small
Church.
rotation like that, that's all you need.
Yeah,
so
even
I would prefer to see that.
Information. Definitely agree. That's some money right there. Do you know what they missed production? You missed the credits, but what was the opportunity? We were like, that's some money into the credits. I know. Yeah. Do you know what else I like in terms of a game though? When it's gonna pop up is this mini map in guessing where all these players are. I'm quite enjoying it until I miss out on where I don't know where they are. Then it's not enjoyable. But I like stretching my knowledge again. Coming back into casting and seeing where these players are on the minimap.
Yeah, it is fun, isn't it? Yeah, it's cool. I love that we caught Lisa in 4K answering a text message or something like that, just going AFK for a second there. Lovely, love to see it. Lakers Monarchy, looking around. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so DLR are up in Zarki. They're way up there.
Yeah, they are on vacation this game. They are gonna be arriving about stage 3, I imagine, unless they do a big quicker rotation, and we'll see them a bit later into the game. Lakers as well, loving this rotation again, coming through to South Africa. I think just being the only team there, it grants you so much vision, and always with a stage 1 like this, they'll stay there to see where the stage 1 zone shifts into stage 2 with, and if they need to stay on South Island a bit more, or if they need to make maybe that more easterly rotation. I assume they will do the Eastern Bridge again. It would make a lot of sense to me. I don't see why teams, especially within the same day, would start to cotton on to the idea that Lakers are making this move.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree with that. I think the preliminary spot is to kind of take something a little bit closer to the western bridge, just not to cross, just as they're doing, to actually just kind of get that information, go up there in case the zone does go that way. That's when teams are going to start to want to come in, so they'll have a head start on that gatekeep potential. If the zone moves away, then it's not that far to the other side of the island to kind of just do a little bit of a wraparound and go onto the eastern bridge, or even take a rotation across onto Ferry Pier. So that's a bit more risky. So I like what they're doing here. This is what I would have asked them to do if I was coaching them. I would kind of go, you know what, no, you need to make sure you're there for the gatekeep. If not, you've got time to go elsewhere.
And in the terms of the specific positions, where would you put your 4 players now on around that bridge to make sure that you cover the most angles possible?
I mean, I think they've done a pretty good job, to be honest. I would probably like 2 on that hill right in front of the bridge. So 1 at the bridge, 2 at the hill on the right side looking at the bridge, and then 1 on the hill on the left, probably. I think that would probably give the most coverage. Maybe even the one on the left hill actually in the compound to really get some teams who may have missed, the other teammates might have missed. So, yeah, I think it's a great place to get a little bit of a spread going and really get that ground covered. So I like what they're doing. Yeah, it's looking good so far.
Yeah, definitely think it's looking like a strong performance in terms of positioning for Lakers. Agreed, definitely with what you're saying here. Also, I think in terms of those teams coming in from the eastern side, I definitely think that I would like to also see them follow along that coastal line. Interested to see where Stage 2 has gone. If it has still concluded a little bit of that South Island in play, I definitely would agree that, yeah, we need some look towards the southern coastal line and wrap around, but teams are moving in up towards this hillside. Lakers have moved past, so definitely a sign that the zone has moved quite high up towards the northern end. Is TPS are going to cross straight over on top of the Lakers. They're going to maybe look to stop to catch a couple of bullets into them. Solgard's going to drive by the Lakers, and I think, yeah, they definitely just don't want anything to do with him here. At least they're also going to do a curve around. Going to stop at the petrol station. You know, it's hard sometimes when we run out of gas, so it has to be done. Even if you are, in the midst of a potential enemy team nearby.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, you can't go anywhere without some gas, and as long as they got good prices, you are good to go.
Yeah,
I love this from...
That's what prices are.
Yeah, she did. Car montage, let's go!
Yeah, they're gonna need some. Oh no, they're gonna need some money to repair that vehicle because that car just got burnt.
Oh no! I mean, kudos to whoever. We can't quite see who that is. There, you could, isn't it? I'm not sure.
Oh, TPS, what the heck? Oh, they're all fallen. Wow. Yeah, I mean, TPS, Lisa just said, well, thank goodness I stopped at the petrol station. I heard carnage over the phone. She's going to drop by now the house alone, a smoking vehicle. You really don't want to take that Jeep further into the game. Going to be a tricky one, but Lisa here as a solo player, just got to hope that the zone stays with her and that she doesn't get spotted, basically.
Yeah, basically. That is rough for TPES, and so unexpected as well. They just ran straight into KYS there, unfortunately. KYS, though, not having a great day either. Bonfire Female having a little look-see, getting 2 of their players done and down. Before you as well, going into PNCR, Slytherin are behind Bonfire. It is all going down right now, but I gotta love the DL $1 Million Babies sneaking in on the western side there, unhurt at all. No interruptions, so nice from them. But back to Lakers, also having a bit of a hard time with Yakut now.
Yeah, Yakut just standing in his compound for the majority of the game, and they do just take out the Lakers in the rotation. Dimino does get caught once a second as well. Is that Korka is able to find the extra shot? That has to be the go. You've got to imagine one, right? Or even both here. Yeah, I mean, Gilevla really, Gilevi, sorry, should I say, really is just going to go down. Yeah, you've got to get in. I mean, Lakers, come on. Do we not have a vehicle, or they must not do, because you can see the revives now coming through. Yeah, Yakut are so low, but they just can't get it. Unfortunate, but it happens.
That is unfortunate. Yeah, that's definitely thinking back to how the Lakers usually perform. They must not have a vehicle because they would have been down there in a heartbeat. So that is really frustrating that they were able to do that and still can't do much about it. But it does give you a little bit of a warning and go, hey, you know what? You might want to be a little more careful playing around us, even in fights. Bonfire got a great spot. I really like this area in general, but for this zone could be very, very useful. Yeah, we still got a couple of teams gonna have to come through here, so could be very nice indeed. DLR starting to make some moves now. They have to get closer together. It's the north that's gonna get crazy.
Yeah, PNCR as well, taking up this Pachinki hill that you talked about earlier, the high ground there, really is going to be a big spot for these teams. A lot of those fields in the south aren't really usable at this point in the game. You can see Yakut and Lakers there, as you mentioned. We saw earlier, taking up that hillside towards the south. So you really only have a southern position. So this is why we see a big congestion of those teams towards the north, because the north really is the only utilizable space. Therefore, this zone actually is a bit harder than stage 3, what it makes it out to be. Hoping for these teams we can get a little bit of an easy one going into the night here with a northern shift. A southern shift would be really dangerous for a lot of these movements of teams.
It absolutely would, but I think Bonfire and PNCR would have an absolute field day if it did, because it'd be a lot of teams trying to go through them. It looks like DLR and Question Mark both having a little spat over onto the western side of zone. I'd love to see how that's going, but for now, we do have KYS Virtue looking onto Onyx. Now, Onyx, definitely a team that need to pick up some of the slack they've been having in recent games, but the kill feed's just going off. We've got Slytherin, we've got KMG going off, DLR and Question Mark going down.
Lakers even going to take another question mark as well, so it looks like a bit of a kerfuffle down towards that southern side. If Lakers are involved, it's Slytherin, KMG not on that second floor of the building. Slytherin will miss for now. PP though looking to pincer here KMG in this compound. They've already got the first initial knock. They've of course here PP trying to prevent the support of the extra one. They're going to spray down into smoke. They see the position, but they lost that person they were covering. PP just completely forgot the man that, what a woman here that they were covering. And yeah, KMG take advantage of it.
Yeah, they absolutely do. That was a big yikes. She just overpeaked completely. She must have forgotten, because otherwise that's just complete nonsense. But okay, that is a shame. One down for Slytherin. Slytherin continue to fight this.
Protosovka. I had to wait a minute to see how I could pronounce that one, by the way. Is Sesha also going to be moving on the back? Yeah. Sometimes a little hard. Sometimes we struggle.
Yeah.
Small brain moments.
Listen, it's all cats. It's all cats. It's confusing.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's always their fault. It's never my tiny brain.
Never.
The one brain cell that we combine into two working. No.
right. No, never that.
Never. It's KMG Esports are going to be just, I think, holding for now. I don't think they're going to look maybe for a position here. They are almost bringing first hang on, but look at the zone. The zone will do it. Yeah, that's going to be Slytherin there going down. Is that with a fifth elimination going through? Also, Sesha did get knocked, however. I'm curious to see if they will make a revive. It's Bonfire female jumping into your Wild Pixie. Is Level Up going to be tracking down, firing to fire themselves? Oh, this is not where you wanted to be, and they're going to burn down. Oh, the sliver! Their survivor, a sliver of health. Can they get it off, though? Can they get the full heal? His balance will also go down. PNCR is going to lose themselves to the side of white. Is they moving onto the rotation on that northern end of the zone? Kira coming up now to the rest of their team is now the other two of PNCR also moving towards it. But look at this third team entering into contention. You can see them in the back. And this is going to look really dangerous here for white. If they stand on this side of the hillside more. Yeah, you can see Kira coming in behind. There it is, before you. They are the ones here to start this engagement. You can see now white in a real pickle here. The smoke also on the front really halting their movement there. Possibility to get away from the pincer. They're not really slowing them down. They're looking for Ice Pack on the run. They need to try find this, but they're taking so long they won't even get it. And now the nade over the top. That's gonna surely spell here white into a solo, into possibly here a retreat. Yeah, absolute real go stations. Get out of there. It will be before you jumping through to finish off those knocks if they did succeed with. $1 Million Babies also inside the smoke, inside those fields as the zone has cruelly gone down towards the south, but Mia will not be able to survive. Battle Blue White going down, and Kitty as well.
Oh, that was a big yikes for white. It's really unfortunate because it looked like they were going to have a good game there, but before you just spelling disaster for them, you could now ruining $1 Million Babies game. They both need the points here, but it feels bad when, $1 Million Babies just had a good game. They need another one, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening anytime soon. PNCR now eliminated with a great name from before you, so that fight up on that hill is done. The zone has moved away from the south now,
gross.
back to the hills. It is.
That is absolutely disgusting. Yeah, it comes out of the fields. Yeah, goodbye, GG. It comes out of the fields on that western side, so you've not got the grass there to cover you, actually, and into the road, which is clearly just going to be a blocker, or a pathway here, but it's going to be a blocker either way for these teams from crossing from one side to the zone to the next. So all of these squads are already in an absolute unmovable position here. You can see Yaku just cannot get out of his shed. They're not going to be able to move further. I mean, you can even see where Kami here, they got 1 first aid. I'm not sure how much the other has. They have 3 first aids, so they've not got a lot when it comes to only 4 first aids to heal here either. They're going to have to see if they can survive, what they can loot up as well from outside. Otherwise, they might just be falling out here once this zone moves in. Once they start to get put inside of the blue and the damage starts ticking away, stage 5 is closing in. And it will close in pretty quick by the time these teams get there. Yeah, unless $1 Million Babies make a big move. This is very bold by $1 Million Babies right now. So is Yaku doing the same, though. Both teams know that they have to get out of here. So they're going up to the hillside. They're going for that position. TPS can afford. In the meantime, Yaku jumping straight in clearly onto a team. They've got to fight. They knew they would have to fight in KYS Virtue. Barely trying to survive off the backside. Here comes $1 Million Babies, the second team in. Pmmi trying to heal. They're moving around the tree. It's tree gaming right now. They get it off. How, though, did they manage it? They reload back in onto the open field. They'll get rid of $1 Million Babies. No idea how they got it, but that'll be the finisher, as they did not hit the floor. Wow. Wow, Pixies put them there another way.
Wow, this is all going down. KMG just backstabbing $1 Million Babies there. Really nicely done before going out herself. That's 5 points total. Yakut with 6. Counting how they went out. Onyx still a full squad, as are before you, as are Wild Pixies. This is such a good game for those that need a little bit more of a point placement, everything. They need the points. That's what I'm trying to say here. Lakers still here, still a duo. Where's the zone going to go? That will decide the winner most likely, Wolf.
Definitely will. Where this zone is going to go, who it's going to favor. It's going to favor Wild Pixie inside of a building. I mean, you cannot get more disgusting of a position. Yeah. I mean, you're coming downhill, open ground there. It's not even trees. There's not rocks there to defend you. It's like grass. Wild Pixie, if they lose this game, it would be criminal. They should not lose this game. 4 players alive. Yeah, that's them. They get cheated. Into the PUBG jail. That's what happens when you win a game like this. Don't do it.
Absolutely.
I see you.
Don't do it. It's just not worth it.
No. Yeah. Before you... Yeah, Pixie lives matter. Yeah, Onyx. Onyx going to be moving here. Nothing really going on here for the last minute or so, as you can see. Lakers behind him. Could be a bit of an issue. Yeah, you can see it with the first not coming through. I'm not sure if that was the wisest decision. Overall, to be honest, I think Lakers had been guessing about it because Onyx definitely were preparing for a move. So actually making them aware of the position. Onyx, they're not going to push into that zone. The only other way they're going to go is backwards onto Lakers to get a couple more eliminations to go for a wraparound here. Before you're doing the exact same, so they will meet on the middle here, as it will be Onyx just inside of the zone, have that advantage before you're trying to set themselves up. Kolka still is at solo, could still spray in at this angle, by the way, so keeping in mind the lower potential health bars are before you. Should be healing, but they may pop out once the first aids are gone. It's Wild Pixie. Yeah, I mean it's hunting season, and it is Onyx, and it's not Pokeballs they're going into, it's into the ground.
Yes. Ain't it just? Lakers do get eliminated. 2 eliminations, 4th place there. Not bad. Not half bad at all. But it really is interesting that before you and Onyx have both decided to give Wild Pixies the win here by going up against each other. Onyx being the losers of that fight. Not many points going in there for top 3, but top 3 is good enough. And now it's a full squad, a 4v4. But I still think that's not going to go to Beforeyou's advantage on this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to take a vehicle each. They have to drive in. It's the absolute only way you get into this game. I see the ideas. They're trying to set up here a wider flank. They're going to set up the smokes. They definitely have the smokes, by the way, to do it. They can set up a really far line, I think, of smokes. Especially if Lop goes down here to Ara. They cannot lose a player here. Yeah, I mean, Ara going down here. They should not have still been in that location. Big knock here. And loading in the vehicle. Yeah, the flank was good. But going down, you need that flank for when the vehicles come in. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
or just use the vehicle as a different angle, yeah.
No, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this move. Yeah, they needed to drive in. Trying to rescue a player at this point of the game, I think this is sealed the fate before you. They really needed to move in as a 3 at least. I mean, if you're going to fall, you need to do something. I see the idea. Yeah, you've got a smoke. You can set up a really far wall. But they know where you are. As soon as those smokes dissipate, you've got a zone coming in. You still now use all your smokes that are going to go down by the time you're prepared again. You've only got 1 vehicle now, by the way, for 3 people. It's so much worse of a position.
Yeah, the only thing is, it almost feels like actually they've drawn Wild out of those buildings. They've had to go to the new zone, but Wild has to be careful here as well, though.
Yeah, they're looking for... So what they're doing is they're looking for a knock, and then they're going to go in. But you can see here, like, it's not going to happen. I mean, if Wild Pixies have, quite frankly, any, like, teamwork here at all, they're not going to step out, like, far enough to be eliminated. Maybe knocked, but they'll just come behind a wall, and they'll still be fine. Yeah. I mean, Skizz is playing a bit with fire here, stepping out quite far. It is a bit of a hunting season with the nades, and they are throwing them through, but I mean, I guess they can do this, because you can't see that any of the nades that come through, and it just happens to be like that. Skizz will take them down, and it wasn't a particularly difficult game coming through from Wild Pixies, but it was a win, and it was a fair amount of eliminations, and we did play it smart to hold the building. They didn't get baited out, at least. Before you definitely could have contested that. They I think the moment, they go to Ara, it's sort of just a whimper that they fall away with, but it is what it is. There was a lot of pressure. It is. They could have been a bit more aggressive.
They definitely could have been. I think I could understand them going for Arya if they had a couple more vehicles, got the res, and then all pushed. That would have been fine, but they just hung around with 1 vehicle. They kind of doomed themselves doing that. But I tell you what, it doesn't matter because they still had 10 eliminations at that point in time. So before you getting a lot of points there, it just means that Wild Pixies got a few more. And to be honest, they needed them more than before you does. So, a good outcome in the end, and Wild Pixies honestly have stepped up so much today. They have done super well to get that win for the end game. I mean, 23 points is exactly what they needed.
Definitely. I mean, Wild Pixies, I'm so glad they stepped up here. Quite frankly, they needed to. I was ready just to write them off after the first 2 games, but the last 3 games, it's been a steady incline for them. It's not out of the woods yet. To be fair, also well played there to Skizov, getting the longest elimination takedown with 386 meters, and probably from that building, rightly so. And also, if they can keep it up, as we said, to these match standings, the same sort of results that we've been seeing now tomorrow, definitely Wild Pixies can make sure to secure himself a space in that top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as you said, just keep that consistency coming. Before you getting 16 points, so not too much of a difference there. It's really just those eliminations and the placement, just a few. You could right behind them, 9 points, and Onyx and KMG with 7. I do want to see a little bit more from KMG coming into tomorrow. They've done some good work, certainly. I think better than Phase 1 even. But yeah, I think KMG are far more talented than they're kind of letting on at this point in time. I think they're struggling a little bit, which is a bit of a shame because I know how good they are. So I would definitely like to see more coming in from them tomorrow. But yeah, Wild Pixies just bringing it in fully there, and Skies first and third, but no 1,000 damage, but it's fairly even amongst all players here.
Indeed, it is fairly even. I think Wild Pixies, a lot of that damage picked up there at the end of the game before you also just that position they were able to hold on a hillside. I definitely do like, though, the movement bit before you played around white and you saw the way that they moved later into the zone. It was definitely a smart way in. So I still think props to the setup that got them to that second position for sure. You can see the amount of damage they did there to get in there. 2,100 is nothing to be scoffed at, even they're more than Wild Pixies. Curious about that one on the right side though. PNCR, a heck of a lot of damage, but for only 1 elimination point. That is about the harshest difference that you've seen in a long while.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I would be spitting nails if that were me. That's rough. Yeah. That is a rough thing to have happen. Interesting, though, you see it across the board, though. Every single one, except Wild Pixies, have more damage than elimination. So there's a lot of fighting going on, even if they're not getting that many eliminations. And looking at the eliminations per team, I think we can see why.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you count it up, right, that's 5 squads, almost 6 squads taken out by the top 2 teams alone. I mean, Yakut there as well takes out another one. You add the extras ones up there, that's about 8 or so. So that's half the lobby just in the first 3 teams alone. Wow, Pixies! Who would have guessed it? Not me, Neptune, at the start of today. At the top of the leaderboard. I mean, that's what 3 good games will do you. 27 eliminations, 15 placement points, 42 total, 5 ahead of here TPES Esports, who have slumped a little bit, fair enough, towards the end of today. White Esports in question mark are there. $1 Million Babies, even in 5th position. Before you, in 6th, after that, game 2.
I'm so surprised. This is such an upset from the beginning of today going into tomorrow. Definitely a lot to be happening. I just feel really bad for Women Moment there because that last game, most of the teams around them had a really good day, a really good game, and they're back down to 15th place, which really sucks for them. But you know what? We saw there was a glimmer of hope for them, so I'm hoping that tomorrow they can just come back and continue that. But top eliminations, Wolf, give me your thoughts.
Top eliminations, I think really just absolutely stole the show right there in the last game. That's what my thoughts are. 12 eliminations. After that top spot, Sesha is going to be there on 2nd with 9, and up to 8. So those that were there before knocked out just after that last game. I think also very exciting to see if these teams can, of course, keep it consistent. We've got 5 more games. Keep in mind, after those 5 games, same time, same place tomorrow. Our bottom teams that aren't in the top 10 will be eliminated. The top 10 move on to Phase 3 to join those 5th, 8th place teams from Group A and B for a chance in the finals. And those $7,000 prize pool, 80,000 UC. We gotta see what they can do. We'll see them, as we say, there tomorrow. That's all for me, Hannah Wolf, Neptura. See you then.
Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move forward. Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
PUBG Mobile fans, gear up for an exciting second edition to PMEWL Season 2 this October, following the conclusion of the first one in March, the PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Mark your calendars for the epic kickoff on October 9th. Prepare to be part of this extraordinary event where 32 powerful teams will embark on a high-stakes journey, chasing a grand prize of $7,000 and a substantial 80,000 UC. This tournament spans for 3 weeks, which include multiple stages and fierce competition that will keep you on the edge of your seats. This time, the two formidable regions, Turkey and CIS, will be going head-to-head, adding a sense of rivalry and excitement to this tournament. The tournament has been carefully designed with multiple phases to intensify the competition. Without further delay, let's explore it in detail. Phase 1, the tournament's opening stage, will feature 32 teams divided into 2 groups, each consisting of 16 teams. The top 4 teams from each group secure their golden ticket to the finals. Teams ranking 5th to 8th in each group will forge their way to Phase 3 to continue their journey. But for the bottom 8 teams in each group, they're not out of the race. They will compete again in Phase 2. As for Phase 2, you'll witness the 16 teams that fought their way through Phase 1. Only the top 2 teams here will secure a direct passage to the finals. Teams ranking 3rd through 10th, they're not done yet. they'll advance to Phase 3, which is the last chance to reach finals. However, the teams ranking from 11th to 16th are eliminated. In Phase 3, the competition continues as the 16 teams from both Phase 1 and Phase 2 compete together for the last chance to enter finals. Only the top 6 teams will secure their spot to the final. As for the rest, they are eliminated. And now the grand finals, where the climax unfolds. Only 16 teams earned this spot, comprising 8 from Phase 1, 2 from Phase 2, and 6 from Phase 3. Who will seize the moment, claim the title, and dethrone the reigning champions, Galatasaray Esports? Stay tuned to catch all the updates and exciting moments of PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. Ice Queens Unleashed.
Welcome everyone here for the second day of the second phase here at the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Highland Wolf. I'm joined by Neptura, of course, beside me. Neptura, we got to see our bottom 16 teams from the groups battle it out for their last chance survival yesterday. They've got one more day where the bottom only the top 10, teams should I say, go through. The bottom teams will be eliminated. It's high stakes today.
It definitely is, Wolf. I'm super stoked to see what we've got going because we did see a lot of improvement from some of these teams. I think Wild Pixies were a massive surprise coming into the final couple of games. They're topping the leaderboards right now. So I'm super excited to see how teams are actually responding to that in general. I think it's going to be a very interesting, very telling night tonight.
Yeah, I definitely think that we've had a couple of those teams begin to get themselves settled, begin to also top ourselves on the leaderboard. We also, I think, had a very varied mix of success from a lot of these different teams. Yeah, sure, there are a couple that are going to need to pick it up today, but it was very exciting. As we jump into is our schedule, says here our final day of Phase 2, Phase 3, and the finals. If you're wondering where those teams have gone in the top 8 of each group, we'll see the 5th to 8th place in Phase at our top 10, and also we will see our finals teams later on in the tournament for the 23rd and 24th. So those top teams from the group stage, they already get that direct pass through to fight for $7,000, 80,000 UC, and of course the title of champion.
They do indeed. Yeah, so Galatasaray were the champions for Season 2. They are here in the mid-season showdown. So it's going to be interesting to see how in those finals. But that's something y'all are going to have to wait for because right now we're in Phase 2. And yeah, there you see it. Wild Pixie, they're up there. 42 points on the board. But you're also seeing TPES and White 1 point away from each other and not that far behind number 1.
Yeah, this was, I think, some of the variation that we saw was Wild Pixie. That team, they were they were at the bottom of their group in the Phase 1 stage. Then in that last couple of games, I think Wild Pixie, ever since Senhawk, it's been that map that changes people in the night. They were able to come out with something fabulous. That final chicken dinner at the end of yesterday to TVS Esports, they were struggling, I think, as well towards the end of the day, which is why I think you see definitely the end of the Thursday standings fairly low. Definitely TPS could have, I think, really raised that number alongside White. Question mark, $1 Million Babies were another one of those two teams that we also see with their chicken dinners being able to raise themselves in those final few games. Bonfire Female, our other chicken dinner winner yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting to see as well that all of them are, in fact, all those winners are very, very close to each other. So they all had the same sort of day, a win each, and fairly consistent, a couple of bad games here or there. What's really interesting that I've kind of just noticed, the Wolf, is look at 7th, 8th, and 9th. So far, they're coming into tonight all on 30 points. So they have a whole lot to play for because, of course, only the top 10 will be going through onwards into the tournament. So we are looking at KMG Esports fighting for 2 points behind us, trying to keep it 2 points behind Slytherin, and they're all tied up there. So it is very, very close right now, and only 5 games. I mean, I can't imagine the kind of pressure these girls are feeling.
Yeah, definitely 5 games to change their fate, though, here in Eptura. They gotta be able to show us something, because if they don't, they are leaving us. Only those top teams that we mentioned before will be able to go through, really prove themselves once again, of course, after only 1 day break tomorrow. Long road for these ladies. The top 5 eliminations, those doing the most successful when it comes to the fragging, are fully there from Wild Pixies, no surprise to see. I also think Balance is one of those ones on the top 5 that we don't really get to see a lot of, but she is definitely very capable of, as you can see here, taking down names.
Yeah, definitely. She was really fun to watch yesterday. She was doing a lot of really good work for her team. And it was nice to also see Lisa up here, in group, in her group in phase 1. We were seeing a lot of Lisa end up going out very early. So she is a player who is known very well amongst the community. So it is nice to see her doing a little bit better there. Linu as well, stepping up for Slytherin. Yeah, it's really nice to see all these girls, but Fully, I think, is doing super well, and she's just got to keep that consistency going now.
Definitely got to. I think don't give it up in these final 5 games. I mean, Wild Pixie, yeah, I think they showed us what they can do. They still got to prove it. One of these ladies, for our final 5 matches, a lot can still change. And when we talk about those 10 matches, I think around now, 40 points would still be the cutoff that we would expect by the end of today around that top 10 marks. So they definitely still need to pick up some points. We've seen disasters happen already in this tournament, and it's not over yet.
Mm-hmm. It is not indeed. Map schedule, though, is going to be same as we've been seeing the last few days. Wolf, what are your thoughts on tonight's Sandhawk? Are we going to be seeing the same pattern as we've seen every day so far? What's your thoughts?
I think, yeah, there is a case being made, right? Sandhawk has definitely been a case for change in terms of how these ladies operate, how these teams play, going through into those final mirror round games. I think as we move into these games, right, we're definitely looking towards Erangel and Miramar being a bit more controlled in the early game, especially Sandhawk, actually, as well. These ladies were fighting, I think, for the first time, I would say, without their research really being fully there, some of them, in those first initial matches. So now they will be hoping to utilize what they've learned yesterday to be able to survive a bit better in the early game, have a bit more awareness about where these ladies will be dropping as well. I'm curious in Erangel. Sovnovka has been one of those locations that only the Lakers went for in both games, where there was definitely a case for maybe 2 teams, possibly 3, it can host it, to fight or even loot up a case, of course, round into that South Island. Curious to see if any teams will look towards the Novo, which is technically open.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see. I think, day 1, they're generally not research, but perhaps they go, there's going to be other teams going there, so we're not going to. Hopefully, if they've looked back on the stream, they will realize that no one actually went there. We should be seeing a couple of teams moving there if they want. I mean, as long as there's not a contest every single time they're dropping at their location, they're probably quite happy to stay where they are. But I would like to see a little bit more adaptability, perhaps, to some of these zones, a few more taking some secondary spot that they're not taken. Yeah, I think, it's the last day. A lot of these teams have everything to play for and nothing to lose. So it would be interesting to see those teams in particular switch things up a bit.
Yeah, I think definitely going to be exciting to see what these teams can do to, of course, switch it up. We are switching up into our first game straight away here. A playing path that definitely would eye up that NoHo location that we're just talking about. I think also a case to be made there for some of those teams to be also moving into Lipovka and the likes. We saw a bit of a contention around that area. I think if you wanted to, the more northern areas, I think we saw a few of those teams also look towards Stalba. So potentially there is a case to be made where those teams would be competing on more of that western line. The quarry was one of those locations when I'm thinking about it now actually as well, right, that we mentioned. That's one of those spots that I think really would favor teams coming into the game, especially given, of course, the hillsides that you've got on the north and towards that more eastern end of Quarry. And overlooking Gatka, as I said yesterday, really would be a favourable position, considering that a lot of those teams in Phase 1, if the zone does end up going there, do rotate nearby Quarry in some way, and would be able to track a lot more of those teams on their rotations.
Yeah, definitely. It would definitely be a good spot to take now with this new zone coming in, but it does look like everybody's kind of each to their own. I'm not sure what's going on with Yakut over there. They generally are on their own, and yet they have decided, or somebody has decided to land kind of on top of them there, so we'll have to see who that is. I believe that's, KMG is over there, and Bonfire? I'm not sure what's going on. I can't really read that. NTX, yes, that's what it is. Lakers, again, only ones on the island, but this time, I mean, that's kind of fair. Everybody's kind of gone to the left side, and so that's actually going to work out for them this time.
Yeah, NTX, I think, have really decided that they need to throw something at the window and hope it sticks, realistically, because what they've been doing right now is just been jumping through the window and not into anything good. So they need to be able to pick up some points here. Hoping for NTX that they can definitely show us something. Starting off, quite frankly, with 4 players, just going to say is a good something, because they definitely did struggle yesterday without having that full squad.
Yeah, I mean, you always are going to, aren't you? I mean, some, only really the very, very best, I think, really don't, it doesn't matter if you have 3 or 4, but that takes a lot of experience, a lot of everything. You know, a lot of these, the KFC place, I have to go, I haven't gone yet to the KFC thing, but yeah, I think, it's a much better opportunity for them. They've made sure to keep that full squad a priority. And we'll just have to see. I think we could be seeing right off the get-go, as you were saying, some teams really start to push up against these more successful teams just because they have nothing to lose and they only have 5 games to get that top 10 with. So definitely NTX has the right idea here, I think, certainly because they don't have that many points. So we will be looking at them really actually getting into Yakut's, being a thorn in Yakut's side here. They want this spot. They keep looking at him, but it's not going to be happening. Crystal knocks one down and finishes. So Yakut now off on 3.
Yeah, Yakut here, definitely going to be a good sign for them. Unfortunately, it has to happen here. Sorry, should I say good for NTX, but unfortunately it has to happen to someone here. Yakut going to struggle. Around the very pure side, I think you can see they are just very split, whereas NTX actually focused on that solo player. So they're going to be able to naturally take out one of these players. I'm hoping now that as this fight potentially develops, Yakut are going to be able to show us a bit of more of their experience over NTX that we've seen so far in the tournament, and be able to look for these longer lines and extend maybe into a knock themselves. You can definitely see NTX are giving a position away, but as Yakut will give also that information away with the spray, I believe NTX here may understand that they are being looked at from multiple angles and hopefully start to move carefully back outside of the fight with the loot that they've got and that elimination as well.
Yeah, I think that would be their best bet potentially here. I understand wanting to go for that fight. At the moment, Yakut are not really putting up that much of a strong show of force here. So I think probably NTX either are feeling confident that they can do this, or they're getting rolled into a false sense of security by Yakut. It could go either way, to be honest. Yakut definitely pushing in, wanting this.
Yeah, it's not an easy fight. It's a bit complicated here. I think the side of Fayana really has the complex factor in this engagement. You can't engage Fayana unless you find that long-range knock, so she's actually pretty safe here. It's the two at the front they really need to be able to push in an angle where Fayana can be effective as well, because Akami, they can lure, as we can see here, NTX further forward. We've got also that other angle of the player, but look at where they're looking. They're not actually angling a position. Of course, you want to look at teams around you. Realistically, no one's going to be diving onto Fairy Pier at this moment, so it makes it a bit weird that they're not really focusing more on this team fight and looking for a better position.
Oh dear. There we go. Fayano getting one now. We're going straight back over, just as they weren't doing a whole lot. Yeah, they've kind of gotten surrounded by Yakut here, and I think NTX have been drawn in by Fayano. They're trying to get that sort of short range a little bit more, but now you are seeing a little bit of a surround.
Yeah,
this is really well played. This is a nice slow play by Yakut.
Yeah, I really like the position of Pmmi. I think it actually closes off the triangle, the pincer you've got going on. Also, Fayano is just playing really well. If Fayano gets picked, this position immediately falls apart because you don't have that extra really wide off angle that is stopping NTX from these movements. I mean, you can see they tried to go Fayano. This was their biggest mistake, two of them splitting up here. They needed to still stay as a four-man team and be able to push one of these players such as Pmmi here. While they're 2-2, it may work, but it's much more risky, as you can see. Pmmi definitely has potential to outplay here.
It really does. Oh, nice return knock, though. That's what they needed to get out of there. It is going to be a costly fight, though. I think they really just need to kind of make a run for it as much as possible, but they are making some good aims, some good shots back over onto Yakut. This could actually end up saving them. They are going to go for that one res. They can't go for the other, but Yakut have decided it's just time to push.
Yeah, I think Yakut here, they've done what they needed to. Fayano is going to go down finally. A bit of an over-aggression here. I think you could definitely have waited a bit longer for Akame also to come around the opposite angle, so it would guarantee that you get this kind of 1v1 going on. Now they're also going to have that heal. They have the smoke. They don't have any throwables. You can see she's really going to be a thorn in the side because you could have definitely thrown it outside of that window and gotten rid of your extra run. Now they're also going to be able to get their own revive off. They're going to lose potentially one here as they step up. And now NTX, for all that it's worth, for all the mistakes that they made at the start of the fight, they are moving in with 3. And without those extra engagements of the throwables, Yakut will fall. NTX, they, I think, had the wrong idea in the engagement of Yakut. Yakut did a punish, but then Yakut also got definitely way too drawn in to finish that fight. They needed to continue to play that slow.
Yeah, they absolutely did. It was a really good start. It was very nicely played at the beginning there. They just overcompensated a little bit for that initial knock. I think NTX's original mistake was to let go of that high ground. They all went into kind of those compounds for that hard cover, but then that allowed the opposite player over onto the eastern side rather, to have that high ground. So that was their initial mistake, but they did recover. Yakut were not able to just keep that solid pressure going. I think it was one of those plays that you just could not get knocked in, and they ended up getting knocked. So well done to NTX for those sprays. I think they were very accurate with that, and that was nice to see. But they just made that out by the skin of their teeth just a little bit. It was a good adaptability, I guess, to bounce back from that sort of mistake.
Yeah, you also got a few of these other teams coming in. That zone did wrap a bit towards the northern side. KMG, I think, definitely can look towards that Wizard Tower. Would be a real ideal location around that bridge that a team wants to take charge of. Also, the hill behind the compound is a secondary angle or position. Also, definitely could work. I wouldn't be surprised to see KMG actually avoid those 4 houses and the Wizard Tower in that location. Judging that they would understand more teams behind them are also going to be on their way. So opting maybe for a high ground position could actually be a better spot here for them to not get trapped in between more squads.
You could indeed. Women Moment actually been here for quite a while. They got this 2-2 split going, which is interesting, but we haven't seen a whole lot of them. They've managed to stay in the same spot, and kudos to them because they've got a good spot here. The zone has gone their way. NTX deciding not to go through Lakers, which is a fair spot, to be honest. I think they're going to have to go around to the West Coast. If that's their plan, then I'm all for it. I like rotations. I like the West Coast, so it's a win-win for me.
Yeah, but look at their healing. It doesn't exist. So whatever his blue damage is going to do to these teams, they got to make sure they aren't inside of it for that long. Because, yeah, sure, it's only phase 1, phase 2. We usually say you can heal it out. But because, yeah, they were in that fight for so long, they barely got any loot. Remember the size of the location they were looting up? It really was nothing. So, actually...
Yeah.
To be honest, yeah, they are going to really have to be careful here in terms of picking it back up. I'm really concerned of do NTX, get those eliminations, but fall out very quickly after this now.
Yeah, that would be a real shame because they need that great start to the game to continue that momentum forward. So they need as many points per game as possible, and just going out of the zone is not going to give way to that, I think. So KYS Virtue, on the other hand, they're another team that really needs some points. They are currently tied with a whole bunch of people. No, they're 2 points behind a whole bunch of people, if I'm remembering right. So we really do want to see them continue to stick it out in this game, get some points, and be able to kind of relax a little bit more here. But we are seeing several teams now losing or two. I think these teams that are used to these larger rotations, that are used to being able to, kind of relax and spread out a little bit, I think they're getting punished just a bit here. These teams are finding these solos quite a bit here.
Yeah, these solos definitely going to be an interesting move. I want to see actually these teams moving in as well on that Gatka side here as well, Neptura, as we do take a look at this zone, how those squads will be able to adapt themselves, because you can see the PNCR definitely have this very favorable high ground position. I'm also concerned that they will end up getting contested here by a fair number of these teams. Yeah, TPS could be one of them, but definitely one of those other squads in the north may end up looking later at that hillside as well if they can make it through clean enough. Those Lakers teams and NTX, as you can see, also will create a bit of the catalyst, I would say, that these other squads need. There aren't really that many spaces anymore for them all to survive. For now, I think they've managed it somehow. Stage 4, as soon as that moves, we're definitely going to see those team fights really accelerate themselves and see a lot of these players drop quite quickly.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm all for acceleration, I gotta say, Wolf. It's just a whole bunch of fun when teams start to really get aggressive right from the get-go. It gives us something to really watch and really look forward to in between games, so I'm always happy. We did see there just quickly NTX. They have made it into zone. They have gone via the land, which is interesting, but they have made it in alive. They are available for healing once they find some, at least. The zone is very interesting, though. Plays right into PNCR's hand, which is always very fun for them. They're another team that needs these points, so that is a good opportunity for them. I would like to see KYS move up a little bit to the north, though. This they always come to this ridge, and it's just such an open position. With this kind of zone, I would prefer them to be a little bit more substantial up towards the north there.
Yeah, I definitely think that when you're looking towards the more northern side, East realistically going to be the much stronger position for these teams. KMG do definitely have that strong side of a position for themselves in the zone. That southern side really will be contested because of how this zone has kept on shifting upwards to the northern side. Naturally, the congestion of squads has become on that sort of lower southern end. It's not to say, though, here that Women Moment are in a bit of a pickle, as here Bonfire Female have been able to arrest down Patoke, and Women Moment, they've only now just come together as that full squad to be able to look at the fight. Susu, though, could be blown up. Yeah, that was an excellent nade as MEF, or MS, should I say, does get there into the window a nade. Now it's going to be that 3v3. In fact, then maybe when we can step out here, we have to be really careful. We do get out of the potential nade return in time. And I like that move where to be careful of the nade coming still in after. So Piper healing back up. One moment playing it careful for now. Playing it well for now. I would like to also see them move a bit together. Help Piper out. Because even a pinch is here. NTX really are going to be pinch indeed. Remember, they have not that much to work with here. They will just get taken down, though, by Lucas Monarchy quickly. And really sucks, I think, for NTX this location.
Yeah, that was such a shame. We didn't quite see what made them a solo, but it was just too much for him. Rin doing some excellent work there, finishing off Saren now. Gonna be able to get 3 eliminations. There's just one solo. I don't know how Bonfire have allowed this to happen, to be honest. Women Moment, they recovered well, again, as we saw with NTX, but the initial mistakes were still there. So how has Bonfire allowed this, allowed this to actually come into place right now? They were a full squad. They should have been able to really come through and take advantage of that low information of Women Moment before they ever got a chance to recover.
Yeah, and this is some of the mistakes that I think we've been seeing from these teams. I definitely think there could be some mistakes definitely being fixed. That would be one of them. And Nev here as well going to struggle to get in the car. Speaking of, as Women Moment are a bit quick on the pedal. The CPS Esports also going to be catching out there. One of KYS Virtue is not quick enough. Cupquake moved outside of that door, heard the vehicle's sound, and I get one knocked there for now. The elimination should come through. Still looking over, of course, down in the edge of this zone. Really crucial here at TPS Esports hold this position. This road is very excellent alongside Lakers and Monarchy trying to fight across it here. To get across this road is going to be very difficult, especially considering that there just is no vehicles available and they are out of action, to say the least. They will not be used. So getting across here by foot and by smoke, where you don't have many smokes. NTX also didn't have a lot before you have tried that push with D vehicles, but you can see how quickly it can go wrong trying to fight without any information in the zone.
Well, it especially goes wrong when your teammate falls out of the vehicle, gets out a little too early.
Yeah, that also doesn't help.
That doesn't help. No, it really doesn't. Oh, beautiful nade, though. She knew exactly where they were. I mean, it wasn't that hard to spot, but an excellent nade nonetheless. So Slytherin going to be picking up a couple more eliminations. TPS Esports, though, Lisa has been looking over onto them. She's trying to hold them off. Like you said, this is a critical position for them. And so far, they're handling it well. These other teams around them are struggling. They're all saying KYS, White, KMG, they're all up here now. We did see Women Moment go out in the end, which is unfortunate, but 4 eliminations. And I think, honestly, even if it doesn't reflect in the points, a good improvement from the last game. That adaptability is much, much better. So nice to see that coming into this. Unfortunately, though, Wolf, PNCR once again getting sidelined by the zone.
Yeah, they really are getting sidelined to this zone as well. It's going to move down towards the edge of that mountain. PNCR, while Pixies are probably going to be fighting here alongside this next stage, but that edge with the hill, they're still in play. That is really the position that you want at the end of this zone. The other of it is where actually $1 Million Babies are. There's a bit of a position also inside of that zone. It's not great, but it's something in this portion of the game to play for. That northern side really could send $1 Million Babies into a bit of trouble if you do see some fast movements from these teams down.
Absolutely. I do want to quickly mention, I think the way the zone has shifted, I think PNCR, it would be in their best interest. Oh, the Lakers, GG's. But I think it would be in their best interest to actually stay up there as much as possible, get as many knocks as possible, and do as much damage. Kind of ignore the zone just a little bit here. I think it's possible to do that. Their only thing that's lying in their way is the Wild Pixies. They're going to have to fight them first before they can work out anything else there, which could delay them a little bit too much. But KMG and White now going head to head.
Yeah, these were the quick rotations that we had to see coming through from these teams. White going to be the first to do it. They have lost already one on the engagement. They have lost the second. Mia is about to fall apart as KMG have entered the building. I think White really will struggle to finish that one through. Slytherin as well. TPS putting into a problem here for PPU and QSE. Calquake just doesn't have the damage though. Lisa wasn't there in time, so I would have actually liked to see Calquake hold that position, but kind of peel back a bit for Lisa to also have that angle as well. I think really there was a position where Lisa could have come in as a surprise, and TPS could have done a bit more there to be able to push in and bait Slytherin further.
Yeah. That was a little bit of a false start there. I think they had such a strong going in that they could have done a little bit more with that. As you said, Wild Pixies, though, do go out just as I kind of saw them going low there, so they have not won against PNCR. I did see Onyx taking some shots against them as against PNCR rather as well, so it's nice to see PNCR doing some work, but Onyx definitely a threat to them at this point. You can see it there, very, very close to them, so PNCR trying to do as much as possible. This hillside is really difficult, though, because you are going to be seeing KMG now looking at them, so very, very open. If you don't have those vehicles, you're kind of stuck, and the zone is sticking a whole lot more teams, Wolf, because look where it's gone, straight to the middle.
Yeah, it's really favouring Slytherin here as well, with 7 eliminations already for themselves. Slytherin, I don't know what it is about day 2 in these phases, but they always seem to come alive in the first couple games of it. We saw that in phase 1. Lisa, she's gonna see her burn away. Unfortunately, KYS Kowalski wipes her out of this first match. PNCR also still here with 3. KMG, $1 Million Babies, don't forget they've still got 4 players here to work with. $1 Million Babies are going to lose that, as I say, to Slytherin, who are on a tear. But they still have 3 more. They still got the players, and that player advantage here at this point of the game really is crucial. You can see that having those 3 players is vital here for PNCR to try and get over this hillside. But Onyx, yeah, they are blind somewhat, but now they'll come over the top and see PNCR move in. I think they just have done a bit of a switcheroo here. It looked like they were going to fight, but now Onyx, if they don't get anything here, they're going to find themselves in a really bad position with the last rotating team in.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, and here comes the code as well. 600 UC, go grab it. But don't miss all the action as Onyx get absolutely pummeled to the ground. KMG finding some very opportune rocks to get behind, taking out Onyx there. They had 0 chance with that new zone. I honestly think they waited just a little bit too long. PNCR are still alive. They are in zone, and they had that rotation just a little bit earlier, but now it is Slytherin's turn to kind of feel the pressure a little bit. They are in zone, but it's a bad spot.
Yeah, Slytherin here, still inside of that 3-man here. PNCR gonna fall down though, yeah, KMG, that nade straight through them, you can see it. Slytherin needs to move a bit further on towards this ridge. You can see, have a bit of an angle on top of $1 Million Babies. It's hard. They are chucking nades and the Molotovs. I'm sure they have there for themselves as well. They're going to be later across when they need to. PvP also going down is big issue here for Slytherin, because they've got this spot, but it's very vulnerable to being pushed on. If a team has a vehicle, they can definitely be able to get into this spot quickly and be able to assassinate Slytherin.
Definitely. I just love this for KMG. They have been kind of struggling, certainly to what I was expecting, compared to what I was expecting. They have been struggling, and it's really, really nice to finally see a little bit of the KMG that I know coming into this. We've got 11 eliminations on the board at the minute. It's about to be a couple more if they get these shots over onto Slytherin. They have lost one, it is true, but down to the top 3, they're looking the strongest out of the 3.
Yeah, KYS Kowalski, big issue for the side here of KMG. They need to get this revive up. I'm not sure why they're waiting on it as much, and maybe they just have got to him now. KYS Virtue are a problem, yeah, but if they can use that vehicle, we saw they had a couple there to actually push in onto Slytherin quick enough. They could be an angle here to definitely rush into that zone. I would say definitely go for it. Now with that knock, yeah, you might get QS here through the smoke, but they're going to go for a revive. You need to be able to push. New Six are going to go back onto the smoke. Here comes also KYS Kowalski. They're not going to be in line to be able to see you as that solo player. They could definitely, get in this vehicle and be able to rush into zone just now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Kowalski, though, might be a little bit of an issue when it comes to Slytherin's rotation here. She does have that high ground. It's a great spot. I tell you what, Kowalski playing this super, super well. There she goes. Lunasix gonna be have to be happy with that third place, but 14 points total, not too shabby for the start of the day. And now it is just a 1v3. The problem is that KMG are all together, so Kowalski is able to potentially get this down. They have to spread out if they want to make this more difficult for it, but they're out in the open.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? If you had a vehicle person there, forward, you could actually be able to split up. You could come in from the left and right. I still want them to come from different angles. You can see here as they try to find a peak how easy it is, though, for Kowalski to be able to take down the angle. Because it didn't come from that second angle, they looked like they might be able to get it, but Kowalski caught their looting up. The push through from Sesha was still enough. I think if you did, to be fair, arguably have a stronger player in that position on the tree line, I definitely think they could have 1v3 that position. I mean, you give that extra few seconds for the zone also to come through. KMG were not in a strong spot at the end of that game.
No, they weren't. It kind of felt like they had used all their options. They had this one last desperate play, and they had gotten so many points that while it would have been a shame to kind of throw the win, it did feel like they're kind of like either we win it or we don't, and we've done enough to do well for this first game, which is fair enough in some ways. In other ways, I'm kind of like, no, you got to play that more carefully. You didn't have to rush the end of that. But KMG, a well-deserved chicken dinner. They played that so well. I mean, the amount of times we've seen that kind of zone come through and just decimate teams left, right, and center. So for them to come out on top fighting like that with that much elimination, it's really a really nice start to the game for them.
And for KMG as well, considering they were struggling slightly yesterday, I would say they definitely didn't look towards the strong KMG that we've seen in Phase 1, where we know they can be able to put out these big performances like they have this game. 23 points here and those 13 eliminations, really going to help them secure a bit of a hit also between them and those bottom squads. To be fair, also for KYS Virtue, I will say they will also need those points. And for Kowalski to sneak into that second place really was well done to be able to survive. Considering you saw 5 minutes before, KYS Virtue were struggling to get into the zone. They didn't have that many players. I think Kowalski was down as that solo for a long time in that game towards the end. So definitely props to them to be able to get to that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They did a very, very good job there. Slytherin as well held on a lot. I can imagine we did see a couple of pushes up towards that ridgeline because it's such a good high ground. I'm sure they had to do a lot of defending, and they did it well. You know, it was just down to that solo. They had the low ground, et cetera, et cetera. It just so happened that they did have to take that third place, but I think they did a super good job to do that. Also to mention, PNCR did what I had kind of hoped they would do. They pushed at the right time. We saw Onyx push right after them, a little bit behind them, and it just didn't work as well as PNCR's push. So you kind of see that timing is really a big factor when it comes to those kinds of pushes off the mountain. So a good job to them. As we see the match ranking points, we do see, kind of a representation here. 9 eliminations from Slytherin, 5 from KYS, 5 from PNCR, 6 from TPES, but of course they go out just a little sooner. So, it is a bit of a shame. Their big surprise for me, though, is Bonfire going out with 0 points.
Yeah, Bonfire really just didn't, I think, get the push for themselves well enough early on. They did struggle, I think, in that early fight, and they just got taken out. Sesha and Kowalski also around, hovering close, 939 to that 1,000 damage mark. For KMG, no surprise still to see them with 2 fairly high damage counts here at the end of that game. They did pick up those damage numbers in towards those finals exchanges. Kowalski, Nuzix, and QSC, no surprise to see them. It's just the 5 players that we also saw from the end of that match.
It is indeed. Oh my goodness, though. Look at the damage. 24-24. Yeah. They got 24-24 vision. They're seeing in the future with that one. 13 eliminations. You see that, but very, very even for that damage. So they are finishing those knocks. They're getting those knocks perhaps in the zone, letting the zone finish them off. There's not a whole lot of chance for those revives. So it's the timing of those eliminations as well that will get you those points. So nice to see from them. On the other hand, you do see Slytherin with a little bit more damage. You see Lakers with a bit more damage, and you see PNCR with the same. So you do kind of see where that timing does come in. But the overall standings are out, Wolf, and they are spicy.
KMG definitely spicing it up here as we're heating it up towards Miramar. First position for themselves. TPS going to be still maintaining their second position, but Slytherin also coming there to the third position themselves, as while Pixies gonna drop down to that 4th spot. They did have a difficult game here coming in. Yeah, I think, well, props to them. They can come back. Their position in this leaderboard, they get a few more points. I think they definitely already secured themselves from this first day coming through.
I mean, it would be great to see them come in like that, that bottom place in their group back up into like top 5 for the next group would be really, really nice to see.
Yeah,
so interesting to see KMG. Yeah, but it's so interesting to see KMG at the top there because they were 13th, I think, coming into tonight, and they've just soared up to the very top of the leaderboard in just one game. So it really is a testament to how close it is. The top 5 eliminations, though, Wolf looking very close as well, but we are starting to see Sesha move a little bit away.
Yeah, you can definitely see, right, because of that one movement of 23 points, that lobby is very close. I think there are a few teams really struggling here, which also have had it make sure to move to the point where these bottom teams are also giving more points towards the top, so that definitely will have an effect here. Now, sure, as we move on into those later points into the games tonight, on the other hand, though, we are also going to be looking at Miramar as we do move on into these future games here. We gotta see what they can do. I am being told we're going to go to a break right now, so we will see you on the Miramar map later after a short break.
So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move So Hey, so this is a little awkward. Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I think it's time for both of us to kind of just move
Welcome everyone here to now game 2 of Miramar, as we will be heading to Miramar for phase 2 of the PMEWL mid-season showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, and also Neptura here beside me. Miramar, as we said, is next on the cards here, Neptura, and we saw yesterday teams really, I think, struggle when it came to the initial rotations of Miramar. I also believe that we saw a bit better play overall from these teams when it came to the later portions of the game. They, for sure, looked like they had a bit more control. Now also with some of those top teams gone, still some things here to be seen.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you're making a great point about, kind of not wanting those teams to have some issues in those early rotations. We saw that a lot coming into yesterday. Definitely another one that I'm going to be talking to the teams quite strongly about just now is stop fighting those red buildings in Picado. It did you no good. I think it was Onyx and Lakers, and both of them went out early. So just stop yourselves. There's no need.
Yeah, and this also happened the same time around Fenerbahce and before you as well. Before you are also guilty of this. It is something that they for sure should not be allowed to do. Moving into this next game, they have to avoid it. If they don't, I really worry that they're going to struggle overall. You can see while Pixies, they're going to move past them over. Yeah, sure. I think without also Fenerbahce, it's a good read here for not Fenerbahce, should I say? Galatasaray. That was the team that before you were playing against. Without them, before you should have an easier time inside of Picado, so they will get that to themselves. They just have to be careful of dropping in there and looting up a bit slow. We've seen teams also be guilty of this in this tournament so far, where they need to be able to loot a little bit quicker and be able to move out of that compound and to avoid these teams with this zone who will naturally be coming into Picado and Nose Hills as the entrance point into stage 1.
Ooh, some nice shots coming in over there. Just going to be saying, wait, this is ours. Stay away, back off, find your own turf. I do agree, though. I think a lot of teams that are, in fact, moving a little bit too slowly for my liking. I think they just making it a little bit too relaxed in that early phase that might even be contributing to those early losses on those rotations because of the mindset, they're not ready for the game right up front. But are you guys ready